1990. Here we go again. Greetings, everyone. Okay, patience.
Greetings.
Okay. Were you able to find everything for your errand? Or
Yeah,
plumbing
man.
errand?
Yeah, it's crazy that you go to one chain store and it'd be different on one side of town than it is on the other. But ultimately, I guess it ended up making sense. I had to go to the wealthier end of town to get the things I needed. Like as far as the wood selection, I feel like so much wood selection is so poor.
Mm-hmm.
And the first two I went to didn't even have the 4x4s at the length that I needed. And
Mm-hmm.
then, yeah, so it was just one of them days, I guess, just bouncing around from one thing to the next, and it's just
Be
I
careful
don't
with
know.
the lumber that you purchased. When I was building my raised beds, I went around to several places. I know they don't have a lumber. Uh, Maybe they do. I think it's called Lumber Four or something. It's been around longer than Home
Yeah,
Depot and Lowe's. They do have that.
yeah.
Mhm.
84 lumber is it? I
84
probably
lumber.
yeah. There's one. I should probably end up just going to that one anyway. Just it's just it's not near everything else. Like usually I have to go. I usually go to Home Depot just because it's near. I could do grocery shopping and do all this. The 84 lumbers in another city, but
The reason why I
um,
mention them is because they often carry untreated wood or wood that's treated with linseed oil. I purchased raw wood and treated it myself because I didn't want the pesticides and, not, pardon me, not pesticides, the chemicals that are used in a lot of the Home Depot products. They were getting a lot of their products from non-American sources, and they were also treating them with certain chemicals that would leach into your, if you're gardening, and you will be, they would leach, that residue would leach each time it rained and the temperature changed. It would leach into the soil and then, of course, leach into the water, and did not want that at all. I would be eating that when it went into the plants through the soil. So I know
yeah,
that I chose wood from 84 lumber for the raised beds, and for the decking material, I did the same thing. I actually treated it myself, and you can do it. I purchased the oils for it, looked online, looked into various ways. I looked into the so-called completely holistic way, which was using various herbs and plants. That just took too long. I found out that there are certain oils you can use. There's a burning technique that can be used. I looked into all of those because I wanted to maintain the wood, and also looked into stains, different stains. They're not permanent, and they know this in the industry. They last for a certain amount of time, but they actually create problems for the wood. You'll end up having to replace it. The wood will splinter, it will rot. So I wanted to find out, how can I petrify the wood, basically. I didn't want to use stains, although they might look great, the redwood stain or whatever color stain you use, but they're not healthy either. Um, all of them contain some level of toxins, even though they say otherwise. There's one site that I was close to purchasing 4 or 5 gallon buckets of their so-called preservative chemical, or compound rather, and I stopped as soon as I did a little more investigating and interviewed one of their salespeople. They're the only makers of this particular product, and that's why they didn't charge that much. Their prices rather weren't that high, but I stopped short of buying them when I found out, or I discovered, there was a chemical in it that is not healthy and is not natural. So I also did the research and found out that I could do it myself, which I ended up doing.
yeah, yeah. I mean, it's I guess it's the nature of the beast with some of the stuff. I mean, you're just gonna have to go over it again if you use linseed oil or something. You just have to go over it again. But I mean, like you said, if you get like oil-based stains and stuff, it might just rot from the inside out because you trapped all the mold inside of the wood.
Hmm.
So
Correct. I had to treat the wood. There was some of I experimented, and you'll probably end up doing the same. I use pre-cut, and then I also use timber from around the land. Some of the fallen trees that had not rotted, didn't have life forms. Well, there are going to be life forms in all of them. but I made sure that I helped them evacuate the premises. And the burning technique seemed to be the one that lasted the longest. You know, you look at these cabins, especially if you're in the Pacific Northwest or in your neck of the wood, well, where where you're originally from. I know I visited a place out there called Valley Forge, and they have cabins out in Valley Forge, and they're from 18th century, allegedly, if not older. And they're there, and they're not rotted, and they're standing. And I've seen this in many places, cabins. People build cabins, and you don't have to use toxic stain.
Is it a lot? Like, is it because the trees are just like hybrids and fakes? Because like, I was talking to my one carpenter friend. He was telling me like, he's like, yeah, I mean, if you could get your hands on redwood, you wouldn't have to worry about termites because it's redwood. I guess it's like it's a natural repellent to termites. And I'm
Correct.
like, man, so I'm like, man, I guess is it because all these trees are just fake?
Well, they've been treated, and it depends on what type of wood you're going to use for a cabin, for the floor. Each type of wood should be different. You know, one that is more radiant if you're going to use it in the walls, the interior. If you're going to just have the logs themselves and no interior wall, no drywall, you'd want to use a particular type of wood. I wouldn't use birch for building, not necessarily for, especially for sidewalls. There are other types of wood. I wouldn't use pine even. Many people use pine. Most of the lumber you're going to purchase is pine or some type of
Yeah,
composite.
especially the 4x4s. All the
Correct.
4x4s, I think, are all fine.
Exactly. And that's why you see the homes in the disrepair state that you see them in. Every single house in the US is basically temporary. All of these materials, they're like,
IKEA.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like Charlie Brown's Christmas tree. They're all fake. And that was not the way of building for a time in many places around the world. You built with stone, you built with real wood, you treated the lumber, and it was easily done. You didn't have to use chemicals. Um, you use resins, etc., natural resins from pine tar. You could do so many different things. And then, of course, you're in the West, but you're in the upper regions of the West. If you go further south towards the desert, you're going to use more straw bale or adobe brick. You could do the same thing there. Obviously, you might have a little more rain factor involved. That just means you're going to have to be creative with your roofing.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's the nature of the parasitic network that we're in. I guess people aren't gonna try to make homes that are gonna last because they don't plan on being there. Nobody plans on um, having anything that lasts.
Anything that doesn't last is going to be obsolete, and not just in total, but in part, which is the purpose. That's why they have a Home Depot. When you go to Home Depot, you buy parts. It's like an auto parts store because your vehicle, your abode, or whatever it's called, because we can't call these buildings home anymore. They're really not. And you look at all the different parts. I'm looking at your photo of your front door. When you look at it, this is like every home. It could be $1 million home. It could be, a home-based Quonset hut. It's all the same. Everything is made of parts. And these modern places that they're building today, these very cold, psychopathic or sociopathic looking houses, they're all cement, no spirituality, no character, and very basic and bland. That's the so-called norm today. Cement breathes moisture as well. It attracts moisture, and you're going to have mold situations. But those are the wealthy. They can do that. They usually live in these places a few years and then they sell it, or they hold on to it for whatever purposes, insurance purposes. But the working person, the real man, the real woman, they want a home that's a true home. And I'm just letting everyone know who's listening, you're not going to get a real home, a holistic home, if you got to shop at Lowe's or Home Depot or Lumber 84. The real home is one you build, if you're going to build it out of lumber or if you're going to use earth material. And you can use straw bale, you can use super adobe, you can use earth bag. There are various forms of homes or house building or housing that is truly natural, you really want to be about it, then this is the way to look into it. And I guarantee you, you won't have the headaches that you end up having as a result of these composite places. You know, it's like your car. You would really prefer to have a true car, you know, one that is going to last, you know, the true German built cars, you know, like a Mercedes, a real Mercedes or a Volvo, that the way they used to build them. That's what you want. But that doesn't exist, and it's becoming rare, more rare. So you're just ending up with this item that's going to break apart, and it will be made up of parts. You'll be replacing parts over time. One of the first things to go on the typical home, especially in the North America zone, is the roof. And so you find people putting metal roofs on. But if you saw how roofs are put together, you'll see why they will eventually leak and will eventually track water. It's really ridiculous how roofing is put together on a typical home.
What do you think about bricks? I know there's so many different qualities of like levels of bricks, though.
It depends. You know, I know in South America and Central America, they use for example, in Spanish, we say ladrillo. And many of the bricks are hand hewn or handmade, and they're put in the sun. So they're literally like the old fashioned straw and mud, and they're fired, not at a kiln or anything like that, but they're heated under the sun. They're allowed to dry out. And so there's no moisture in them, but they last longer than the red brick material you have. In fact, the red brick material you have today is not the actual red brick material they used before. But if you want your bricks to last longer, add sugar to the brick. It's something that sugar is good for.
You're talking about if you're making your own bricks.
Yeah, making your own bricks, correct. You can do that
That's
by
another one.
hand. It's not difficult. That's what I said before. You have that plot of land there. You're going to be doing a lot of experimenting. So you don't have to worry about going over budget. You don't have to worry about, the censorship of zoning and all of that stuff. You have peace of mind that it's going to allow you to experiment. Just keep in mind the holistic approach. You know what you want, you know what you don't want, and you know what makes a healthy factor when it comes to living in a building. That there's a balance, just like within you, there's a balance of moisture, there's a balance of dryness. You don't want excess moisture, because moisture is a silent and can be deadly situation within yourself or within your building in your house. So you want to make sure that the dryness is where it should be. Dryness is the main factor within, and moisture should be kept in the wet areas. Back-to-back plumbing, very not economical, that's a better word, very practical, and also perfect as far as the energy formation or energy placement in your home. Back-to-back plumbing means if you're all on one level, you have your kitchen sink, and behind that would be a bathroom, and separated by a wall. Not a lot of plumbing, easy to get at, perfect. Down maybe 12 feet along the same wall could be, on the exterior, could be the external faucets for your hoses and your irrigation. But it's all in one area. That's your wet area, if you will, or your moisture area. And you maintain that by having certain types of insulation. That's the other thing you want to think of. With a home that is a composite home, you're going to have to use insulation. If it's a log home, obviously you don't need that. But if it's, let's say, an earth material home, you don't need it at all. But with wood homes, with these basic studs and sheetrock or drywall, you're going to have to use insulation. Best insulation is not fiberglass.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like a lot of the insulation is toxic, or the rodents get in it and rip it up.
Correct. There will be rodents. There will be what they call critters. You can control that. I know that in the earthback structures that I built, there are no critters. If there are, the person did not do what they were supposed to do. They didn't build it in a holistic sense, which just basically means using your ingenuity, creativity wisely, making sure you look into each aspect of everything from the soil or the earth that you're using and its material makeup, how much moisture is in it, how this material wicks moisture away and outside so the temperature remains the same. You're in an area that can get cold and can get very hot. So you want your temperature inside to remain the same year round. You want radiant floors. So what material would you use for your flooring? Would you use cement? You don't have to get tile. You can, if you want that kind of look, you can turn your cement into a tile floor just by adding, you can use like a template, and it will, not a template, I forget the term for it. It's like a cookie cutter mold, and you can actually make it look like tile or brick or slate, and it's just one piece of cement. That's one thing, but then before you do that, you can lay within the grid underneath. You can put tubing and allow that type of material. I forget the name of it, but it transfers heat. And then you can set a pipe deep within like a PVC pipe and go in the earth under the house and around and up. And this will act like a geothermal heating duct and cooling duct. So it'll both heat and cool your home.
So you'd be just like a rabbit or something that's got a den.
Exactly. Exactly. So your home is always the same. You have your fireplace in there, or wood stove, even better. If you want to do an earth, you should put your earth outside and your wood stove inside. Your earth can act as your oven when you are, making stews or baking something like a flat vegetable bread, and you don't want to heat the place indoors in the summer months. You can do it all outdoors, the earthen oven, and you can build that also by hand, and you should.
Yeah, wood burning stove is definitely the way.
Or pellet stove, even better.
Yeah.
Pellet stove,
So,
even better. You're not going to be
so
killing all the timber around you. You can just use wood pellets.
speaking, I mean, I guess to spin off of the moisture levels in the house or in the body. That's why I remember when I was first talking to you. When I first started talking to you, I was like asking you about fruitarianism, and you were like, "Fruitarians never last."
Mm-mm.
And I was like, well, I didn't know why you said that. I just accepted it. But I think that's always kept me like away from the fully fruit, way of living and everything. And so what is it about the excess moisture from fruit? It's just too damp? Is it just going to create too much? I remember you were saying it creates too much phlegm.
Well, it doesn't create phlegm, but what ends up occurring is you're thinning your blood basically. It's like eating lettuce every day for every meal. And then of course, there's nothing wrong with berries. Where you are and the foods or the food items, because they're not foods, the food items, meaning we turn these plants into our sustenance. They're not there to feed us. They're there to propagate, but we turn them into food. So these food items are geared towards breeding, if you will, or propagating in a particular place. So they're in a niche, and we have to ingest them based on that. Anything out right now, everyone's eating the discombobulated diet. You're in Alaska and you've got avocados. That's unnatural. Okay, it's okay to have an avocado there, I presume, but that's not where they come from. So you're not literally in alignment with the foods that you're ingesting, and there will be phlegm, there will be mucus generating within you as a result of your vessel attempting to cleanse and work with what it has in an unnatural setting. It's not that a so-called fruitarian doesn't work, but fruitarians work best if they honor and respect what is there where they are. So berries, if you're going to do just berries, you would also have to do seeds. You would also have to do certain types of so-called nuts that come from the trees and the bushes in the area. You would have to have a winter allotment as well. What would your winter allotment be? It would be sparse, so you would be a very lean individual, that's for one. but you would not be eating anything citrus, that's for sure. You would be eating grasses during the spring and the summer, such
Why
as
no
lettuce.
citrus? Because citrus is winter fruit, right?
Citrus is actually something I would not ingest at all because it's the acid formation with it is because, well, for one, the oranges and the grapefruits, these are hybrid cultivars, and we really don't have the capacity to truly ingest them, um, and that's why I would just stay away from them. If you're going to have a citrus, so-called citrus fruit, there are many others that are close to their natural state. You can have passion fruit. I mean, if you can get a hold of it. Again, most of your fruit, if you notice, is either shipped out of the places where it comes from, or if you go to places like Thailand, they've got a horde of fruit, an assortment of fruit. Someone could live off of fruit there. They've got fatty fruits, they've got durians, they've got avocados. We just have avocados primarily as our fat source, and you require that fat. So you wouldn't want to be a complete fruitarian. I knew of someone who ate just carrots. He literally turned orange from the carotene. I knew someone who was just eating oranges. He ended up in the hospital with kidney damage. So, until he turned around, came to me, and changed his entire plan. He recognized, you can't do that. That's foolish. Okay. Or it just was unwise. It wasn't well planned or thought out. If you're going
What
to
do
be in the winter areas, then obviously you're not going to be able to sustain yourself only on fruits unless you do that very Spartan way of eating, of just berries, grasses, seeds, and nuts. Nothing wrong with that, but what goes with that is an experimental value grid or so-called way of thinking, a so-called system and living. You literally you're like a monk slash hermit, and you are strong in what you do with your hands and your brain. Then you can live off of that. But what usually ends up occurring with people eating in that fashion or that manner, they end up either going fishing in rivers and eating certain fish when they have to. And then some even go even further and they end up hunting by bow and arrow and eating wild game to add to their level, that index level of higher or lower, whichever way you want to look at food sources, food items. In this case, a higher protein item. Living off of fruit, one would have to be in the tropic areas, like typically what we would consider the Garden of Eden style, where you have this assortment of fruit, literally a true assortment of fruit. But fruit does not grow every day or every month or every season. It changes. Mangoes don't grow all the time. Every tree produces a certain amount, but not every year. Mangoes probably more often than some others. But again, when you plant these items, you're either going to have a dwarf tree or you're going to allow it to grow its course, which takes years. So what are you going to eat in the meantime? You're going to have various sources of, like I said, grasses and seeds that will sustain you. But if you had to adapt to them, you could. You're not going to adapt to eating just the types of fruits that you get in North America, for example. You don't get that much of an assortment unless you're growing them. You go to the market, you know what you're going to get: bananas, apples, and oranges.
One time we were talking about I don't know if it was like the collapse or reset or something, and I was like asking about cultivation of plants or permaculture or something, and you were like, yeah, that's all well and good, but you need to know how to forage. Like, and you brought up one of these types of greens, and you see it everywhere. And when I was in Sicily, they have it everywhere, but they call it street salad because it literally grows in the
Hmm.
streets.
Correct. Yeah, you
And
can do a street salad of, let's see what would go great in high, so-called high protein. And again, I'm not focusing on that because you know how that gets. People get crazy off of that hype that was done deliberately through food campaigning to get people to eat meat, focus on so-called meat, animal flesh, and then of course protein powders. You're getting your protein. You know when you're not. But if you want to get protein from a plant source, you can use the red clover, you can use the yellow dandelion flower, you can use there are other flowers, marigolds, I think, are the ones that are edible. You can also use those and put them in, dare I say it, a salad. If you don't want to do a salad, you can grow some collards and sear it slightly and then turn it into your bread. You can actually put your vegetation that you get from your street salad, your purslane, your young dandelion leaf, because it's not bitter when it's young, and your flour, and mix that all together. If you have some coconut oil, okay, you can use some coconut oil, drizzle it on it, or olive oil. You can actually make your own coconut oil and store it. Um, and eat it that way. Most people have to entrain and retrain that tongue because they're not going to want it. Yes, it's healthy for you, but even the staunch, holistic, so-called vegan eater, vegetarian is going to put their nose up in the air when they say, oh, no, I'm not eating that. Put some garbanzos in there, or put something in there, put some mushrooms in there. Okay, you want mushrooms? Do you know how to forage for mushrooms? Do you know the difference between the chicken of the forest and the so-called steak of the forest? Do you know the difference between a mini butter? I think, what's the name of it? It's like there's a name for this particular mushroom. It's got a buttery hint of butter taste to it or flavor. These are mushrooms that are common, but you have to know what to pick and when to pick them if you want to add some, I don't know, so-called protein and meatiness, which again, this is all training, to whatever you're eating. But as I said, grow some collards. If you don't know how to make breads, you can make bread from certain types of trees, such as the acorn, the oak, certain type of acorns that you can grow where you are, or that are growing where you are. Not so much
Yeah.
in the East. They have a bitter acorn, and you really can't do anything with it. You can make acorn bread, and that's very hearty. You can live off of acorn bread, in a sense.
I mean, I have like unlimited acorns because it's like ridiculous amount of oak trees here. I know a lady that lives around the corner. She has like a massive chicken area or whatever, and she just feeds them acorns mostly because
Hmm.
she has so many oak trees. But I mean, yeah, I was gonna ask you that too. Like, as far as like growing plants that are native or close to or come from that, it's that similar environment. Because like, I guess in a collapse scenario, you might not be able to, sit there and stay in one spot. You might have to just rotate, kind of like
Hmm.
the guerrilla growers do up in the national parks when they're growing cannabis. But I mean, like, I was thinking like, man, I want to grow like a bunch of you know, apples and walnuts that are like more indigenous to the West Coast and everything, or that like are from this environment. And
Hmm.
because just in case, I guess if things got crazy, then I'd be able to just rotate back to an area at different times. I don't know. I figured something that can grow on its own would be better. I mean, it would be nice to grow other things too, but I can't. If I grow like figs here, I'd have to like cover them every winter and everything.
You can do that, but you should also have an area that is, well, many areas that are both wild, or if you want to call it wild, or natural, and areas that are more cultivated. So there's a respect for the diversity, and this way you'll always have abundance. Then, given the situations, you probably are going to want to learn how to can and jar.
Yeah, because I mean, there's so many elderberries here. I just, people always say you can't eat them raw, but I've heard people saying you can eat them raw, and
Yes,
I'm
you
like,
can. Yes, you can.
yeah, because I mean, I've thrown some in a smoothie before, but I've never had them by themselves
Mhm.
because what they say, and like, I know people up here that make like elderberry syrup and wine and all of that, but I guess I could probably can it or, because it's so much, it's abundance. There's like blackberries, elderberries, and they got a bunch of other little berries like skunk berries, manzanita berries or whatever. It's so many things here that just grow on their own that I wouldn't even have to do anything. But
Just
at the
make
same
sure
time,
you soak your berries because there's we've been inundated with parasites. So soak your berries and they will come out. You'll see the little worms come out of them. Soak them in salt and baking soda, especially the blackberries, all of them pretty much. The elderberries you don't have to worry about. They usually have a level of tannin in them that chases away parasites. That's why the elderberry is the elder. And wait till they ripen and grab a bunch. You can eat them. If you're going to make them into a syrup, you can use the pine, make the pine syrup, and use that as like a so-called sweetener, but it's not for syrup. You're not making these for pancakes. You're actually using it to help cleanse. It will be a cleanser to do your periodic deworming.
Because the
And it will
tannins.
be, and it will be from the elderberry, so you can actually turn it into like an elderberry syrup and use that with your worm removal regimen. You've got the black walnut. If you got that growing, you use the green hull of that. You use your wormwood. You put that together, and you just do this on your periodic scale. You'll be living, truly living, in the sense of the corruption around you, obviously, but at least in partial reality, partial theory. You're not, it's like being in the sewer and cleaning up the space around you, but around you is still sewer. So you just have to
Yeah.
keep that in mind.
What do you think about fermented foods? Somebody said like fermented foods. You know, I never got your take on fermented foods.
You would ingest some type of fermented food in order to maintain like a probiotic, a prebiotic, and a probiotic. That's the only reason why you would ingest something fermented. And you can make that on your own. You can make your own so-called slaw or your own
Pickles and stuff.
sauerkraut, so-called kimchi, kombucha. You can make all that yourself. But again, these are not things that you eat on a regular. You eat them when required, and you have them stored. You have your root cellar. You have your cold area. You don't need a refrigerator for it. You can make that out of clay, and it can be off the side of your home. It can be under the side of your home where you can actually walk down and access it, and it will stay cool all year round. No bugs, no critters. And in that place, you can have your jarred materials, so-called canned materials. Take up archery, teach yourself archery because you're going to have to use it sometime for various purposes. And this is just what you would do. This is not, I'm going to prep and be ready for the big hit the fan moment. No, this is not for that. This is something you're supposed to be doing anyway. Everyone should, whether you are an accountant and you live in the heart of Seattle, you should still know all of the things that you're doing. So everyone has this well-rounded, they're a scholar and a forager, and they're also a builder, all in one.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, for sure. I mean, the guy Alex Karp that runs Palantir, one of the big tech companies, he's big into archery. So I mean, he's got to have some value if this billionaire is into it. I mean, I think ultimately you want to preserve it no matter what. Like even if it's not for your generation, maybe it just sticks with the next one and they need it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't see how it could be something wrong with having it under your belt.
No, these are the key things. These are not just anything. You're not all over the place. You're knowing and learning how to target, how to aim, and there's power in it as well because you're recognizing what you can do with the arrow, whether it's for protection or whether it's to so-called hunt. But you probably wouldn't even need to use it for that purpose. But just the actual archery itself is a great way to maintain those focus skills and train the eyes and strengthen them, as opposed to what is being done to the eyes now, focusing on some little screen and some text.
Yeah, so much atrophy.
Mm-hmm.
Man. Yeah. So, I mean, and also going back to the fermented foods, I guess I've seen videos where you don't even need to use vinegar and stuff.
No, you can use lime juice or lemon juice to ferment. Yeah, you don't have to do that. You can use sugar, and if you don't want to use sugar, you just mix it up. You can make an electrolytic fermented gut therapy beverage, if you will, or you can do it with the food. You don't have to eat miso. You don't have to eat all these pre-made concoctions that may or may not be holistic or pure. You don't have to do that. And you don't have to ingest yogurt. Some people do, but that's on you if you do. If you do ingest yogurt, just make sure it's from raw material, which is not going to be found in a supermarket. That would mean you would probably have to make it yourself.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, you're gonna have to pay so much, so you might as well just make it yourself.
Hmm. There are farmers who, that's why I think you get to know your farmer. When I was in the Southeast, I said to people, get to know your farmer. I was speaking of myself and others who were doing what I was doing. There weren't many, but at that time, no one was really taking it upon themselves to get to know their farmer. It's nothing new. This is how my people used to do in the past. They had a relative in the country and others in the city, and you would send money to the relatives in the country, and the relatives in the city in the country would come up one day, or you'd come down there one day, and you'd leave with like 150 eggs that you didn't have to refrigerate, and a whole bunch of food that came from the harvest. So it was worthwhile to support one another.
Yeah. No, I mean, we definitely gotta straddle both sides as long as we can until there's no jumping back. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I think that's kind of what the conversation um, was. The premise of it was going to be when we had spoke briefly about this live, because I had been posting about trusts and land patents and stuff like that, and yeah, I guess I wanted to get your take on how to get a land patent and also just I guess go through the definitions of like what is a deed, what is a quit claim deed, what is a warranty deed, what happens when you get your deed from your mortgage, like is that just like registration, like a registration of a leased vehicle basically, because you don't have the land patent, you're not the first one to get endowed this land, so
Mm-hmm.
you're just basically getting it on lease from whoever that person was. And I guess I just need like some definitions on what these things are, and what is a trust and everything, and how we would go about organizing to develop trust. And I remember you were saying that every compound would need to have some type of autochthonous population, or at least one person, so that they could apply for these land patents.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the land patent itself is an offshoot of a lloydal title or titling. And in this realm, if you don't have the numbers, if you don't have that community already set in place, there are various forms of community. If you don't already have that, then you will be dealing in the grid of the empire. So a trust you would do for your connection to your finances, and remember, everything is connected. So your finances don't come to you or in your reach, within your reach, without some type of tether. There's always a tether to your finances. And you can think of it, envision it as an actual string attached to your money in your wallet. So you would maintain a trust to protect your hold on whatever finances or whatever assets that you have, and also protect the in the sense so-called holdership, as opposed to holdership rights of those who, for example, dwell within a land trust or dwell on land that's um, don't want to say protected because it's truly not protected, but under the auspices of a land trust. So what is a trust? And we know what the word trust means, but in a legal sense, you have to know these words are not the same. In a logic sense, they're not the same as the profane masses uses of these terms. So a trust, think of it like a legal arrangement, you know what that means, between three parties, and the three parties can be one and the same, they can be separate. So you have the old-fashioned words, trusteer, that's the one who writes it or formulates it, forms it. The trustee, that's the one that manages it. and then the third party, the beneficiary, that just reaps the rewards. So you can be all, you can be one or two out of three in that setup. That's just the basic trust. There are at least, well as of 2012, there were between 15 and 20 trusts and some new ones. As of so-called 2018, a new trust, I think it was in 2015 and 2018, it became official, but there was an internet style trust, one that was done completely electronically, and that came out around 2015. So there are many types of trust, but they all boil down to the main core of trust, like the tenses. There's not a bunch of tenses. You're taught that lie in school. There's only three tenses: present, past, and future. Everything else is an aspect of it. So we look at the trusts. I know there's the revocable trust, and you know what revocable means. It means it can be ended. It can be, you revoke, you take back what you did. So it's a trust that it can be altered or revoked, as I've said, and meaning during the lifetime of the one who made it. So it's got the flexibility, but what comes with flexibility is a weaker tether, a weaker tether when it comes to you and the empire, and a stronger tether for the empire. And you know how you are tethered in the empire. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Encumbered.
mean, because I've heard of trusts where like they put it in a trust for like 150 years. I guess they have like a shelf life.
As long as it's
Uh,
renewed and maintained, trust can go on in perpetuity. Um, right. And so, the revocable trust, every trust has its purpose. So if you want a revocable trust for a particular period of time while it sets up another trust and then ends as that other trust forms, you can do that too. There's various ways to not necessarily trick the empire, but to utilize the loopholes that are built in the empire deliberately. You just have to find out about them and use them either through some professional or through your own means and devices. But they're there, and most don't know about them because that's the way it's set up. It's not put out there for you to know, but it's not hidden by the same token. The irrevocable trust is the one that you cannot do anything with, but it also says you don't own anything. You basically cannot modify it or terminate it without the consent of another part of that. Remember, I said the threesome. Without the consent of one of those parties, and it's not the trustee, because the trustee is a manager. So who would be the one who would do it? It would have to be the beneficiaries, because as the maker of the trust, the trusteer or the grantor, I think is the popular term now, you have no say, because that's why it's called irrevocable. You give up your say. So you're just basically saying to the empire, you own nothing. And because you own nothing, you're a pauper, but you can be a multi-billionaire and be a pauper. You own nothing. Nothing's in your name, but yet you are still paid, and everything goes to your beneficiaries, which you can be a beneficiary either through some entity, another trust, or don't jump into these LLCs. Everyone's always jumping into them, but these are people who have no clue on what they're doing, and they have no idea what a true LLC is. And they jump into something, don't realize they're going to be paying through the nose just to have these things, these so-called entities. So don't do that. You can have trust within a trust within a trust. It's the same setup as the revocable trust. You have beneficiaries, and the grantor gives the control over to any asset. So, for example, when setting up communities, and I'll show this to those who are interested in, or not interested in, but ready to embark upon it, when you contact me in private. But when you set these things up, you would want to choose more than likely the irrevocable / living trust. So once it's set in place, you've got protection against the empire encumbrances. And that's why
yeah,
they, That's why it's
I've heard,
used.
yeah, I've heard like in a trust situation, since it's not like, as long as, like, say if you have a parcel of land or what have you that's in a trust, and it doesn't, it doesn't, you don't, the government doesn't really know who's paying the taxes, and as long as the taxes are paid, the trust goes on. And so
Mhm.
it's not like anybody knows. Like, you can have a massive piece of real estate, but the government can't say like, hey, that's so and so's real estate. So like, if you were to ever have any, I guess, debt problems or anything like that, or the government wanted to take your things, it's under this umbrella of a trust. So just, it's not, technically it's not yours, it's the trust. So
Correct. And there's not going to be any encumbrance levied upon the land either. You can put the land under a um, non-ecumenical church organization. So it's not under the 50 anything, 501, 50, etc. anything. It's not limited by that. You don't have to pay for those exorbitant fees. In fact, you wouldn't even apply for anything like that. You have within the so-called written documents of this land, the so-called constitution, the right to set up an ecumenical or non-ecumenical organization, a church organization. And of course, you would use, as opposed to articles of incorporation or anything like that, you would use canons. And within those canons would be the rules for your trust. And you can protect your land from having to be within that system of encumbrances. You don't have to have any kind of special titles, but you can also do the land patent if you have the access to an autonomous individual. Um, and there's one more trust. These are just the three main, and everything else is an offshoot. I think the living trust, um, as the word would imply, it's created when someone is alive, the grantor, and it's during their lifetime, and it can be revoked or it can be irrevocable. You choose. It's the one that allows for management of so-called assets, and such as land, while the grantor is alive. So let's say you set up on a living trust, everything would have to be taken care of during the time that you're here in the realm, and then of course you would make specific rules and regulations on the distribution of the wealth after you are removed from the realm. And in those particular specifications, you can also have it go right back into a trust.
so with these Indian reservations, or so-called Indian reservations, what type of title
Those are
situation?
trust situations. Those are trust situations um, for those. Many of these groups are actually, those are immigrants themselves. They are paid to put on that front. Many of them are hybrids in the sense that they have connections to early indigenous people, but they also have connections with people who came later. In fact, if you look at most of them now, you couldn't tell them any difference between um, the people you see in any so-called Europeanized place and Europe.
So
At any,
this is where the
right.
one drop rule went wrong.
Yeah, I guess you can say that. They had many different so-called roles that people could buy onto. If you were an autochthonous one, you could not buy onto those roles. There's one of them, the most infamous one being the so-called Dawes roll. And if your name appeared on that, then you would be eligible for certain types of allotments, and of course one of them being land, and the designation of because it wasn't Native American, that came later. Um, they had different terms for them, and that was also a status, and it was also part of the land theft, the grand land theft, if you will, taking the land away from the autochthonous people and allotting it to the offspring of both invader, immigrant, and slave or Slav, for those who don't know who I'm referring to, because people get the wrong idea. And I tell people who use the misnomer of black, stop calling yourself that. You don't know what you're doing to yourself. You're literally keeping yourself bound in a spell. And second, you are cutting yourself off from your blood right, no, not birthright, your blood right when you do that. So they need to stop that. And if you hear when people talk about the so-called antebellum, so-called slavery era, you'll hear them say the slaves. Ooh, very deadly to use that terminology, because when you say the anything, we're using the article the in front of a so-called designating noun, or in this case, quasi-pronoun, you are saying that by default, these people are and will always be, no matter what, slaves, and the only slaves. Anyone else would have to be a derivative or a temporary slave. So that's why they use terms like white slavery or this type of, meaning there's a default. And this is done in reverse with many different things like religions and so-called quasi-religious, racial religious groups where people call themselves the whatever and they're not. But by default, because they have opted and adopted and usurped those titles, when you think of a particular group, you automatically, your mindset will go to that group only. Anyone else is not that group. They are converts and people who join, by
Yeah.
invitation. And as you can see, it's done in reverse for the Aboriginal or the autochthonous people. It's done opposite. And that's what they don't even recognize. So as long as you stay within the realm of blackness, anything is possible and anyone can join in. And that's why you have groups from all over the world who call themselves black or who've adopted that, whether deliberately or not recognizing when you do that, you cut yourself off from your blood right. Anyone can step in and take whatever you have. They don't recognize the game in this realm. And it's you can't be ignorant of it. So calling oneself black, especially in the so-called North America, anyone from Africa to the Caribbean can jump in and say they're black, while at the same time jump out of that blackness and say, I'm from Jamaica, I'm not black. Or I'm from Nigeria, I'm not black. And they can do so easily, legally, but you can't if you are Aboriginal to the America while using that misnomer of black. So what does white do? White just sets you up on the duality scale of statuses. Like I said in the past, you have your right hand, you have your left hand. You have good, you have bad, or you have good and you have evil. You have the devil, you have God. So you know where you fall in that spectrum. And that's why you have to be very wise when, using these words and noting these designations, and not only with what you say, but with what you use as your paperwork. For one, returning back to that topic before we go into the other topic, be careful when you file. Quit claim deed is a quit claim deed is usually done after a sale, to say that, okay, here's the person who's going to step in and take over basically a lease of this property. Again, don't use property. This is not property, but you'll see it's labeled as such. So what do? Do you go down and file this and say, okay, I'm going to file a quit claim deed? If you do file a quit claim deed, within 90 days, you should go behind that and then put in other paperwork, especially if you're going to do land patents and under a homestead. The Homestead Act has changed so much deliberately, to stop certain groups from having access to full so-called sovereignty of land. You'll notice that if you were to find oil on your land, it more than likely will end up in the hands of the state. You don't have full riparian rights. If something were to occur and there would be issues with water, they could come in and take your water. They, meaning your state government, through the long arm of the so-called law, or the military, or the policing forces, or the BLM, they could take your property or designate it under some status, under some
most places in this country, I feel like if they just tweak the dam, they could just cut people off the water and do whatever they want with a lot of dams.
Well, you don't need a dam to do that. You can do it with a highway system. That was done to do that to many of the autochthonous people, to cut them off, by literally cutting them off and putting highways through and separating them, which is what you get. That's a true reservation. You can call it a ghetto, but it's an actual, the difference between the reservation and the ghetto, there's no trustee relationship. No one is holding anything for you. You're not a beneficiary of anything, at least nothing de facto. You might be beneficiary to all the ills that go with being marginalized, isolated, etc. But you gain nothing in the so-called legal area. Right.
You're like a tree in a pot instead of in the ground.
Correct.
Kind of.
Correct.
Man, so I was reading. I think it was called like forget the name of the act or the treaty. It was something with the Chickasaw Indians, because they were such a, I guess, diverse group of so-called Indians, and they had so-called black Indians and I guess all different types. And they were saying, I think it was the mid 1800s. I forget the exact quote. I can post it later again. They had made this between what a slave was, between a freedman, between and people that were never slaves, that were also of color.
Mm-hmm.
And so like what happened, I guess, and was there just like what have you done for me lately relationship between the hybrids and the Siberians and the so-called black people? At one point I guess they used each other, or they used the autochthonous to
Well, here's
survive.
the so-called hidden history of the so-called Siberian, the so-called Siberian, so-called Indian. Many of
Where do they
them,
come from, actually? Then if they're from
well,
basically Russia,
basically,
but they're
yes.
not the real Russians.
No. They too are immigrants within Europe, so-called Europe or Eastern Asia, Western Asia. They are also, in the sense, migrants within those territories, but they're also enslavers. Many of the people who are classified as white today were held as slaves by the so-called Native Americans. They were also held as slaves by many of the so-called Europeans, which at the time you would classify as black today. And a lot of the so-called people who claim to be white today, if you trace their roots, you'll find that they come from a history of slavery, North African slavery, Barbary Coast slavery, being traded, their bloodline. That's why it's so mixed. Like, I'm Dutch, I'm English, I'm British, I'm this. That's as a result of being shipped around and being, being messed around with the female line. So you have a lot of different things going on there. And when you get all of that mix of populations going on and shipping within a particular area, notice those areas are not wide and far ranging. This would be the farthest length coming across from Europe and from parts of Africa, but not that far if you know the routes to take. But those would be the farthest. Most of the trading was going on throughout Asia. And so that mix came down into the Americas, not through the Bering Straits, but literally on ships through the Pacific, the calm Pacific, coming over through the West and bleeding in through the West into the Midwest and South. And during that time, clashing with people who were already here and enslaving, that's a verb, enslaving many of the people who lost battles with them. And then, of course, making connections with a lot of the so-called Europeans that were coming over, the opportunists that were coming over, which worked out perfect for some tribes and didn't work out well for others. And of course, with many of the so-called Europeans, they benefited when you create an enemy amongst another people where they're going to be fighting, because eventually they'll hurt each other or take each other out, and then whatever's left over, whatever remnant, you just take them out and now you have their land. That's one way. Another way, take advantage of the matrilineal system, get in with the females, and now your offspring by legal right or by Confederacy right, own the land.
Yeah, that I really wanted to, I guess, get to with the Civil War. What exactly happened? Who bring factions in the Civil War? Like, because like books, so-called Jews in the Confederacy and all, and I mean, I've heard a bunch of different accounts, like about who the real Confederates were and things like that, and I just I've heard a lot of things about the Civil War as far as like it seemed to be a major reset point, like because they had these camps, right, where I guess Union soldiers and Confederate soldiers, if they were captured, they put them in these camps, internment camps, basically. And a lot of people supposedly died in those camps and whatnot. But all the people that survived were put in these things called like soldiers' homes.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, these are like amazing structures. But like, basically, I guess the theory is that all these people that survived were kind of sequestered away from the rest of society because they wouldn't go along with the story of what happened during the Civil War.
Are you referring to the prisoners of war, or are you referring to, because many of the prisoners of so-called war were marched out, shipped out, if you will, using the term ship in the general sense, to the Western states, the so-called Western states. Many of these Western states obviously didn't exist in the infrastructural sense. So what would be out there? There would be repurposed buildings that were already there, or they would put them in temporary wooden housing. And from there, many of these men, and sometimes their families too, because many of them took on wives from the tribes that were coming in through the West. Many of them were given, in a sense, a stipend by the U.S. government for their imprisonment. What did the so-called Confederate soldier get? The Confederate soldier didn't get anything unless they took it. So that's where you get all of the renegade activity going on. Not to be confused with cowboy, because there was no such thing as a Caucasian cowboy. A cowboy would have been a melanated individual. Um, and they were not often friends to the Aboriginal so-called Negro. Obviously, many of them fought against them because many of them were immigrants as well. Not all of them. Many of them were from here, but some of them held that grudges, if you will, from the past as a result of their countrymen siding with, let's say, French or with Spanish. You have to notice that in the history books of the Americas, well, North America especially, it's got more of a so-called Anglo slant. They don't tell you that before the so-called Anglo invasion, there were Spaniards here and Portuguese. They won't tell you that, and they won't tell you how their system setup was structured. And they won't tell you that the French and a few other groups were here. They won't tell you that. So you just automatically think in terms of Britain and so-called Great Britain, and thinking in terms of that. But they came in later. They were not the first to come in, unless you want to consider the so-called black nobility and their input. They were more concerned with the trading that was going on in the so-called African regions, West Africa, North Africa, and controlling those areas, and also dealing with Asia, controlling those routes. So that's why they were latecomers into the Americas to the degree that they were in. And when they did, they were primarily situated on the so-called East Coast.
Because I'm just asking, I guess, accounts of the war itself, because it seems like a big excuse to destroy the history, because it seems like that's what a lot of the wars are for, obviously the genocide, but then also to change the landscape and to destroy the buildings. Like, I mean, they completely in World War II. I mean, they completely destroyed whole cities. I mean, Malta got thousands of buildings, and it's. I mean, even looking at Malta today, you can see like Malta has amazing structure. So I don't even know what might have been there before World War II.
Yeah,
So
Malta,
I
so-called
think
Malta
about
was
like
the
Atlanta.
yeah, a lot of these places, as I mentioned before, and you've mentioned before as
Oh,
well, they were pre-existing and they were part of an empire structure, obviously. So, you come into a place and you just basically repurpose what's already there. You don't have to reinvent or build anything. They didn't have the wherewithal, first of all, to do that. And yes, civil war was done to break down, and not only break down things and destroy things, because that's just part of it. The main thing is to get in and take over what's there, or plunder. You've heard of plunder and pillaging. That's probably the primary purpose of so-called wars anyway. You go in, you have your private profiteers, and then you have those who are commissioned to go in and get certain things. And that's what was done here. The Vatican sent in people to come in and grab up what they had their eyes on in the first place. Things that related to so-called Egypt, Israelites, etc. Get in, get out, take that. Spaniards, or so-called Catholics, Spanish Catholics, through the ones who wore the capirotes, or caparats, where we get the whole clan outfit from, and the cross bearing. They came in for gold primarily to fund their military and their armada. Of course, that also being controlled by offshoots of the church, the so-called Roman Catholic Church, which had different factions. They don't tell you this. You're taught that this setup is all one group. No, these were houses. When I say houses, these were different families. Many of them you would consider octoroon by this time. They had either been bred out or wiped out. And the people that you saw taking place, these were either barbarian or Scythian / Sephardic, and they were the ones taking in the wealth and the stolen booty from all of these various um, invasions. Primarily, the target being the Americas, the oldest place in the realm. Hence the reason why you have the museum systems now. Many of the artifacts are in the museum secret societies. Others have been skirted away and taken into Europe. So civil
yeah. I
war,
mean,
yeah, the purpose of a so-called, and that actually doesn't even make sense. What is a civil war? Is it like boxing with your gloves on? It's not. There's no such thing. It doesn't make sense. But in this whole insurgency and plundering of what was here and restructuring of what was here, you had an overtaking of the political confederacy, a removal of Aboriginal politicians in all the various areas, all the way up into the so-called 20th century, and the flooding of towns and cities, and the burning down of towns and cities, and the overtaking of them. Burning and plundering is one thing, or burning and pillaging is one thing, but then the plundering is the primary thing. So a lot of the wealth was taken, a lot of the land was taken. Squatting was one way, that's a slower way. But literally going in by force and doing it. It's the same thing that was done in Europe, same thing done here. And you can see this time and time again. It's nothing new. It's being done in so-called Israel. It's been done in so-called Brazil. It's been done in China. All the various places where you see people and you think they're the people who were there, and they're actually not. They're not from there. They actually are not. They are invaders. They are the offspring of invaders. I said this before. And believe it or not, a lot of the so-called people you consider Africans, they're not from the places in Africa. They either were pushed into places that they were not from, or they went in and invaded many different places. For example, you go to South Africa and you'll see quite a few different factions in South Africa. You find people who are Zulu, so-called Zulu, and you have many who were there who claim that they were there before Zulu and that Zulus are invaders.
yeah. I mean, it doesn't. It doesn't. A lot of the stuff just doesn't add up. So I was just trying to get, I guess, some of the real accounts of it. Like, I mean, if you want to bring a country together, it doesn't really make sense. Like in the Civil War, I guess I understand. Like, you take the other, yeah, I guess the other side's capital or whatever. But how does it make sense to just completely obliterate Atlanta? Like they destroyed like all of Atlanta.
They destroyed they destroyed the infrastructure of Atlanta because it was the commercial capital, but they didn't get rid of many of the books that held the names of the original families. They kept that material. They obviously kept anything of value as far as artifacts are concerned, gold, whatever. They kept that. So this is all plundered by those of the North. It was a way to reap back what you figured you weren't going to get back. Many did get reparations from an act done by Lincoln. And when I say many, I'm referring to the actual slave owners, which would have been many of the Sephardics, so-called Sephardics, many of the Kamala Harris types. Those are the immigrants from the islands and from Europe. They might look so-called black on the actual outside, but they are from the so-called noble lines of Europe, and they held many different slaves. They're not talked about because they want to keep this hidden, but to this day, many of them maintain their wealth and their anonymity. So, the reparations went to them for their loss after the so-called war.
Yeah,
And then,
I
of
mean,
course, the slave got their reparations throughout the latter part of the 19th century into the 20th century through Homestead Act, through all the way up into the 30s, through WPA, through, the so-called GI Bill. All those are forms of reparation for the offspring of so-called slaves and those who came in as immigrants from Europe during the period between 1870 and 1912.
I mean, things just don't make sense. Like, all right, so Philadelphia was supposedly the capital in the beginning.
And they claim to have burned it down, but it didn't burn down.
Yeah, I mean, like the city hall in Philadelphia is an amazing building. There's anything on the East Coast that's even compared to that is left.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't really make sense to move the capital to DC, like which is like right down the road from the Confederacies. Stuff just doesn't add up. Like I guess I want to know some things about Philadelphia. Like, is that the real Greece? Like, is that the original Philadelphia?
The one spoken about many times in history and even mentioned in the so-called Bible and the Apocrypha? Yes, because this was the first ancient realm. Everything else is a so-called, I guess, brother city or sister city or replica that you'd find in the other parts of the world, in Europe and Africa. Those are the second places. They're not the first place. Again, hidden, and keeping it hidden and making it part of something that is fringe automatically is going to carry with it doubt, and not only doubt but ridicule, because most take the word of so-called peer-reviewed researchers and so-called esteemed learned scholars and scientists. These people are all part of the societies. They have made oaths, many of them, and you know about making oaths. You're not supposed to do that, but many of them are bound to the end not to divulge or disclose the real truth. And of course, any artifacts, Smithsonian agents and Vatican agents waiting in the wings. As soon as something comes up, they're there. They've got their agents. They come in their little black SUVs or whatever, their helicopters, and they will skirt whatever they have to away. And if you put up a fight, their so-called men in black will come and silence you in some way, shape, or form. But they get rid of all artifacts. Anything found, they're there. That's the reason why, you have to have permits and inspectors come and make sure they check things out before anything's done. Case in point, and this actually adds credence to what I'm saying. There was a so-called, it's not a mound, but it was part of possibly a mound, and it was found in Miami. And by the way, that is an actual Aboriginal name, but it was found in Miami off of Key Biscayne, and immediately the so-called government, and it wasn't the government, but those individuals that I mentioned before, they came in, and before you knew it, within 48 hours, a fencing, a blinder fencing was set up. You couldn't even look over it because you had cameras and people taking pictures. Anyone who got in close enough, their cameras were confiscated and then, given back to them afterwards. But anything recorded was taken. The media, obviously, you don't trust the media. They're all part of the Jesuit system. They, in the case of the local media and the national media coverage, all did it from outside the fencing. All you saw were these halogen lights. You couldn't see anything else. And then what was released later was this doctored photo of what was found. The writing had been blurred out. You couldn't see it. The owner of one of the buildings, that's how it was allegedly discovered. He was going to knock down a historic tall building, a hotel or a condo. They had actually ended up converting or repurposing this so-called historic building, and now it becomes these high-end condominiums. And he put an atrium over it, I think, and a shopping area around it. So I think you can look at it through a glass. I'm not sure. I haven't been there, but they swooped in basically, and then they sent in their agents from these so-called native tribes. I think they weren't even from the area. They're like, Seminole or anything like that. They sent in a Navajo, which, what? They have no reason to be out there. They sent in someone from the so-called Cherokee Nation, and they had that on screen, on the media. And you see these typical, $5 Indians looking like they're from Puerto Rico or Milan with their little tomahawk marachis and pounding on a so-called tom-tom rhythmless beat that they probably have no idea what they're doing, and just sitting around. And then of course they had a spokesperson talking like Tarzan saying they want their firecrackers, which is all staged. And of course they're not going to get anything, and it was all staged anyway. But what ended up happening was the person who owned the land related to the same person who owned the those buildings in New York. I'll just say that he maintained. He didn't sell it. I think maybe years down the road he sold it afterwards. Made a lot of money off of it. But the site is still there, and everything has been changed. It's been doctored. No different than how artists went in and doctored or replaced different statues, or took out statues and artifacts and replaced it with anything that was whitewashed. This is all the iconoclasm, or iconoclasts. It's not a radical form of art critique. It's an actual system. It's like a religion almost. It's like reformism. It's like Protestantism. These are actual people who go in, and it's not that they deface artwork. No, they go in and at the behest of certain factions. Could be the Vatican, could be someone else, and they will destroy or steal a work of art. But you'll see it and think of it as protest. Oh, they are against nudity, or they are against prurient nature of a particular statue. That's all a cover. They're there to go in and destroy any remnants of the real past, to keep it hidden. And that's what went on there. The iconoclasts went in, they destroyed the lettering, the whatever wording was used. Because remember, they tell you in your schools, these people had no written language. These so-called Indians had no written language, but yet here was written language in a clock format.
Yeah, I'm not buying that. I mean, I don't even. How else would they I mean, the whole story is crazy. They say anywhere from 1 million to 10 million Native Americans are here. That's a huge difference of guessing. You know,
Correct. And they tell you also in your indoctrination that they were all wiped out. To this day, that's the rhetoric that is used. It's the spiel that is used. They were all wiped out. And then the slaves, notice the slaves, as I mentioned earlier, this is all part of the rhetoric. You're being programmed. And by programming you, you are being terraformed through your schools, through so-called media. These are givens. Don't look at them or consider them just based on what I am saying as something shocking. No, these are givens. In other words, they were set up to do just that. So you never know who your teachers were. You never know what secret paychecks they were getting. They might have been innocent people, but I guarantee you, there's someone in those schools, could have been your principal, your vice principal, someone who is an agent for the empire. That's just the way it works. Like every Catholic church has a relic, meaning someone's bones of some, or if they're of a certain echelon or certain level. If you're a low-level ghetto church, you can't get bones. You can have like a piece of cloth, and that's put into the altar. You have to have that in the altar. But most have the bones of some so-called martyr or saint. And just like every group has within it an agent. That saying I made up many moons ago about so-called Roman Empire. I said it went something like this: every Roman temple had a piso inside, and that was a play on words because piso meant floor, but piso was also the name of a family that they were basically spies, and they did subversive things within the so-called empire to bring whoever they wanted to bring down.
yeah. I mean, I can definitely, testify to that, man, because with my elementary school, principal was a bookie for the mob, and I feel like all of I mean, I don't know. It's more on the East Coast. Maybe it's probably the same way everywhere, but on the East Coast, I feel like all the teachers and counselors were those tiny hat people, and it just seems like the same thing. My mom used to always say it, like, yeah, Romans and Jews, we always together, and I'm like, oh man, I never at the time I didn't really I don't even know if she knew what she was saying, but you know, obviously it's like a lot of misnomers there, but I feel like it's definitely agents at all levels, and a lot of them are compartmentalized, so I don't think they even know.
Yeah,
Like,
she read the credits of after the Godfather movie when most people walked out.
yeah, yeah. Nah, she was on it. I mean, early on, as far as that, she's lost jobs over that type of rhetoric. But yeah, I mean, I really I guess like I wanted to go through some of that history as far as the East Coast, because I mean the whole Native American history or autochthonous American history. I kind of wanted to go through it a little bit because like um just every time I jump into it, I'm like, man, when are these points of like things breaking down and things changing, like because it's obviously flashpoints, I guess. And I was looking into like, because you brought up Miami, I guess wanted to roll off of that, like, because the Miami culture was up the whole Mississippi. It's the whole Miami of Ohio, Miami. They have the Miami people of Illinois, because that's what the supposed name of Chicago comes from, the Miami of an Illinois peoples, right? Like Chicago or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I've also seen on maps is like people say it's Shilaga, and there's no Great Lakes on those maps, and Chicago is just on a river. I mean, it's on a river to this day, the
Right.
Chicago River.
Mm-hmm.
So I
There's
guess that
also
whole
there's also a Cairo, Illinois, and it's called the Gate of Illinois. Um, Most don't know that that area were found some so-called Egyptian artifacts, and that area floods as well, allegedly naturally. There's an entire town there that was an Aboriginal town, and you go there now, it just looks like a ghost town. There are still people there, but they're slowly being phased out. because there's no infrastructure there, there's no commerce there. And that was Cairo. But if you look at Cairo in the so-called 19th century, that was a hub. In fact, the so-called train system, when they were coming through with the tracks, again, Jesuit behind that too, when they were coming through and utilizing the blood, sweat, and tears of Aboriginal men to help build those tracks and lay the foundation for them, that was a hub for travelers going to the Midwest, coming from Tennessee. Tennessee was first, Tennessee, Chicago, what you call the so-called Midwest today, that was the West, so-called West. People were going into Tennessee and taking out gold because there was so much gold in Tennessee, as opposed to California. California
What?
came later.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I guess they got to, they couldn't even penetrate. Maybe I don't know. What was the? I guess how was the structure set up? Because like there had to be some type of order there. Like if Philadelphia is the original Philadelphia, and that's the real Greece area, real Greco-Roman area there. Like are the Lenape or Delaware Indians, or is that the inhabitants, like, or is it just or the Algonquins? Is that who was those people, and like what was their relationship with the Miami people, and how does that connect to I guess Mitzrayim and also everything to the west? Like how was their order amongst all these different people across these different regions of just
That's the key. Many of them were not different. They were different as a result of, wars over the years, and then, of course, more than likely so-called divine intervention. But you're dealing with a mix of Israelites and Egyptians. The Egyptians would be what you see today in the form of so-called, some of the remnant form of some so-called Native Americans and many so-called Asians and so-called Latinos, not all. You're looking at Egyptians. Not those ones you see like Zakia Hawass. He is not an Egyptian. He's a Turk, an Ottoman Turk. You want to see what the Egyptians really look like, just look in the faces of these so-called Native Americans and then go look at the statues that haven't been adulterated, and you'll see uncanny resemblance. So you've got these Israelites in the form of so-called Negroes, many of them still under the thumb of so-called Native Americans at that time. You wouldn't think in a million years, like, wait, these people are poor and primitive. No, they weren't always poor and primitive. Very few beings on this realm are primitive. You can be forced into the forests. And then, of course, there are those who choose to be in the forest. They call them the savages, the pagans, the troglodytes, the cave dwellers. And then, of course, there are those who, were, for whatever reason, put into those realms as a form of punishment, maybe from a higher authority, if you will. But we cannot automatically assume that, okay, these are just this type of people and that's what they are. It's what's done today with male, and this feminist backlash, and not even a backlash. It's actually programming. There's always somebody behind it. But in this feminist way of thinking, if you want to call it that, males are not allotted a history. You're just evil. That's just the way you are. You're. I don't want to say the word because I don't want to get anyone in trouble, but you're an apist, and there is no excuse. That's just the way it is. So this is what you're taught to think like, and that's not thinking, but this is where you're indoctrinated when you think about a people. Oh, that's just the way they are. National Geographic was built around that. It wasn't built around showing you the true history of a people or doing digging into the research of a people. It was just to show, like, okay, these people are half naked because they're dumb, dim-witted, and primitive. You, on the other hand, are cultured, you're modern, and you're civilized. So who has more of a right to air and land and space and wealth? You do, obviously. So when you think about it, all of this programming and the thing that goes with it is socializing. And that's the danger of it. the truth of the past can easily be hidden when you think that one group is automatically less than you, or they are lying, or that those that look like you, or those who have some type of paper under their name, or letters behind their name, that they are the truth and the epitome of truth. That's all propaganda and programming. You have to look outside of that, because that's where the truth resides. It doesn't reside in all of these other things. And it is easy to hide facts through that type of programming. You cannot be afraid to question. And that's how I recognized this long ago. You question things when you were a child. Most people do. Now, if you look at children today, you don't see them questioning adults. It used to be a running joke. You know, they turned it into a joke, but it wasn't meant to be a joke. You would see a child asking an adult 1,000 questions, and the adult would just get frustrated and like, oh, okay. You know, but a child would not be afraid. They would ask many different questions, because that's how wisdom is gained. That's how truth is maintained, by asking questions. But you don't see that occurring. And the questions that you ask, or that children ask at least, are framed for them. So of course you're not going to see any type of truth in the brain or the so-called mind of any adults in this era.
Yeah, no, it's bad. I mean, I guess I just want to know some of this chronology here, as far as like the invention of the gun, because right, because they say gunpowder comes from
Allegedly
Asia.
from Asia, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm assuming like I get that's the story. Then they came from the Shang autonomous zone, like you were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, how did this advancement, or this misappropriation of advancement happen? Like, as far as like, or was it just a totally different mind? Like you're dealing with, I guess, a type of people that are not thinking like in destruction. So like they're not looking at gunpowder for this type of use. Is that like what happened? Like, is it just like, all right, somebody was like, I'm gonna use this in a nefarious way, and then it just spread because now you need one to exist. Now everybody has guns. Like, how did this advantage happen? You know, like, because I always want to know about the fall of the temple. Because what they say, it's like 70 after the Maccabees and everything, was it's like 70 AD supposedly, or I think.
Allegedly, yeah, allegedly. Someone asked a question about that. Um, it's Long Shot 13. He said, greetings, Pharaoh. In history, if we are talking about the 500, 400 BC, is it actually referring to 1400s and 1500s? So yes, there has been I mean, you should think of it as obvious, or as a given, when you're looking at those who are the purveyors of the measuring systems. And there are measuring systems, literally measuring systems for everything that can be measured. And these are how standards are developed, and you live by those standards. You should know that this exists, obviously so. When Taylor went in to go buy wood, he would have to go and do it according to measurements. These are done by standards. I think there's even a standards commission within each government. You know, you have standards on the level of sound, you have standards on pitch, you have, on the music that you listen to, and obviously you have standards on such things as regulations, that things that
What
can
is
be regulated.
what is that supreme standard? Things like ISO 3000 or something.
Yes.
Something like that. Yeah, it's like for anything, you could get a toilet that's if it passes a certain level, it's gonna get this stamp of like ISO 3000 or whatever you build.
Mm-hmm. Correct. So therein is your key that tells you there are control systems that have been put into place, and your calendar is not immune to those controlling measurement systems or measuring systems. The time frame would be, the so-called timeline would have been altered to serve an agenda or agendas. One of those agendas is to, you don't want your populations all on an equal scale, knowing where they are and when they are. You want them to maintain, you can create or manifest a false reality by manipulating the time. This has also been done in an experiment. Movies have been made about it, where someone has been kept in a vicinity, and outside of that vicinity, they don't know they were there since birth, or at least the children were, and younger people, the older ones might know. And I think there was a few films made about something like this, and they thought it was the 1600s within that confine. But outside of that, when they recognize, oh, wait a minute,
Oh,
it's
the
not,
village. The
that's
village.
yes, the village.
Yeah.
And outside of that, they realize, wait, we're not even in 16 anything.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
the the so-called, where I talk about milestones and convergence points. One of the publicized, popularized ones is the so-called birth, and then of course death of the so-called Christ figure. So we allegedly utilize that, at least within the Christianized calendar, allegedly. So you start off at a year one and then go from there.
Yeah. Like, how does it make sense to count down to
Oh,
this
yeah,
point?
exactly. Or count backwards.
Because
Yeah.
who was like, okay, this is good. This guy, this Jesus guy is gonna come, and at that up until that point, I mean, everybody is what, pagan or Hebrew or whatever. They're not. There's only 13 guys that's even, or 12 guys that's even riding with this dude. So like,
Mm-hmm.
how would they even? Why would they even configure their calendars around the arrival of some person that doesn't even exist or have anything to do with what their cultures are? Like,
Well, the calendar system was intertwined with the prayer system and the writing system and the printing system. If you think, well, what about calendars? Were they printed? I think the earliest printed calendar, did not happen with the so-called Gutenberg press, or early press. The calendar was represented in a clock. And one of the so-called older clocks in Europe has been reformatted and restructured because it not only showed the connection between realm and terra firma and skies, it also showed that the realm is a plane, and that the sun and moon are part of the sequencing for that plane, meaning everything from arrivals and departures, like an airport, and calamities, etc., all can be calculated. I wonder what is the name of that clock? It's not the Glockenspiel. There's
you
another
talking about
name.
the you talking about the one in Prague?
Yeah, that clock, the Prague clock. We'll just call it that for now.
Yeah, that clock is crazy, and it has the witch or whatever that comes out every hour or whatever, and like they put a little witch in below the window below it or something in the building. It's like it comes out like a pop out show. It's like
Okay.
a witch with some children.
Yeah, that clock has been reconfigured and reformatted. Obviously, the face has been changed, but it's an older clock. Like many things, have been repurposed.
Yeah,
Or
like in the capital of Switzerland, they got a clock similar to that, the Zeitlog or whatever. They got the astrological clock and I guess the months and everything. And
Mhm.
so I guess it was just the norm. Um, so I mean, everybody's on a different calendar anyway. They act like it's all uniform. I mean, China is on a different calendar. All the Muslims operate on a different calendar.
So
So
that's the thing that I want everyone to recognize and then truly think about, so that the next time you start contemplating so-called time and the measurements thereof, you will recognize that you want to talk artificial constructs. This is an example of a so-called artificial construct, and you maintain it by adhering to it. So as I said earlier, you can create literally a tangible, physical, ethereal grid that becomes part of your very structure, your internal structure. You rise and sleep based on this false so-called construct. Now, there are clocks within, there's clocks built into, if you want to call it a clock, or timing sequences built within the luminaries. Those are your, I guess you can say, your saving grace from the adulterating forces here in the realm. If you
Because they
don't
can't
want
tear
to,
those down.
right, they can't, exactly, they can't go and mess with that. So you don't, and you are told in the so-called scripture or Tanakh to look to them as your guidance.
So, so like as far as the timeline is concerned, they get the fall of the temple at some point here, and then I guess things just collapse into a certain level of decay, and then what? Somebody that survived the resets, like, yo, we using this gunpowder, we're gonna take over, like how, like or what, like or is that just all a sleight of hand? Is that all just BS as well? Like they didn't even have to use guns to take over.
You mean well, according to the so-called timeline and history of weaponry that you're taught to believe in, um,
Yeah, because they
the,
tell you the British took over because of their, I guess their military might. Well, the Spanish with their navy, and then the British, and they all had these cannons, and then they used guns, and they took over, and then that's how they had supremacy through this military supremacy. So I always wonder, like, why, what happened to the military or the supremacy, I guess, of the advanced people that was originally here? Like, were they just not invested in that? Like, we're invested so heavily in the military industrial complex that's like everything's geared off that. Like, in a society or a civilization rather that's actually geared off of growth, like real growth, they're not even geared in that way. Or I mean, ultimately, I think, but there's always going to be warriors or like a warrior class, right? Because like you have to have some kind of hedge, I would assume.
Mhm.
But how does this happen? How did one group of people or a few groups of people manage to have this technology of guns and everything?
In
What
particular, so-called gunpowder or just guns.
just guns in general, like because the depictions are the Native Americans were using hatchets and arrows and da 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 da, and that the colonizers were using guns, and that's what gave them a military upper hand, and that's why they were able to take over the world. And like how did it get to this point? I guess how did that weaponry, the technology of that weaponry, um, happen? Like on the timeline, like was it just because people are so displaced that
There's
it
your answer right there. Displacement. When you have populations that are displaced, obviously it just takes a few factions to gain control of the discombobulated masses, in certain areas and certain key places, obviously. When that occurs, you have the makings of another empire and another um, hub of an empire. The hubs have changed many times, and what's associated with each hub is also a change in so-called time sequencing. The hub was never considered to be Great Britain, so-called Great Britain, but it became the hub for time. We look to that but at one point, the hub was so-called Alexandria, and from that point backward, there were other hubs as well. Where
is
we
New
would
is New Orleans the real Alexandria?
New Orleans. You mean the actual city there? Well, there's some speculation that that entire area and the Bimini Wall was that bridge that allegedly Alexander commissioned his engineers to construct, and that there is some speculation from some scholars who are not peer reviewed who say that that is the case. It would make more sense to say that, especially in terms of all of the different things that when we read these stories of the so-called myths and Greek, so-called Greek history, we find more of the remnants and factual connections here in the Americas, especially those parts of the Americas, from the lower southeast on down into the Yucatan, into South America, so-called South America. You actually get more connection with ancient so-called Greek, um, not just Greek, but other so-called cultures of that time. You know, for example, the Amazonian tribes. There's no Amazon over there in Greece. There's no record of anything, Amazon anything. Now you'll read in certain annals or history books that that was a generic term, and there was reference, but it's like a mythical reference to a female-headed culture that was in a particular part of the Greek. It wasn't even in the so-called Greek Isles, but they said it was possibly in some part of Africa, or possibly in some part of India. When they start using those terms, possibly, likely, that means they're doing their work and they're hiding the facts. But we do have actual name facts for places, such as I mentioned before, the Amazon River, or the Black River is what some call it, and the so-called Amazon tribes. We do actually even have groups that were matriarchal. We only have 2 areas in the world where you find so-called matriarchal tribes that practiced fratricide, I guess, killing off the male baby. And that would have been in so-called China and in certain parts of what we call today the Amazon.
So, like, as far as like the history of the British, because you brought up the British Empire, or, yeah, because that's Britain or Britain. What is it with the wigs? Because I've heard people say that they use the wigs to cover up their syphilis symptoms. But is it just because is that a convenient like hand waving reason to whitewash the history? Because the curly wigs, are they not wigs, or is this actually their hair and they just whitewash the skin and they change the color of the hair, or
That's
did these people,
possible.
or were they really just parasites with syphilis?
Well, for those who have a medical background and know what certain things look like, you're not covering up those types of lesions with a wig. And,
Because you can get them in
yeah,
your mouth, right?
right, exactly. And according to so-called historians, all this so-called information is being brought to light now, but it didn't exist before. For example, the so-called hygiene of the pre-Victorian Europe, or for example, in France and also in Britain and other places in Europe, allegedly, um, the so-called royals and the commoners, they didn't bathe. They bathed once a year, and that was usually around May. And rotting teeth was a sign of supposedly of nobility, allegedly. So why are all these things coming to light now in articles, as opposed to when you were studying in your history books? I guarantee you this information is not in any formal academic text. So saying that people who were in the so-called court system of then wore wigs, and not only the court, but in their so-called parliamentary system or whatever, the government system, they wore wigs for what? They didn't wear, everyone had syphilis. Yeah, so-called communicable diseases were probably quite common, I'm sure, but I doubt seriously that all of these individuals were, suffering with syphilis. More than likely, the wigs were worn as a result of some type of tradition that was practiced. And, like the wearing of the black, where does that come from? What is it all in reference to? Some say it's in reference to so-called Saturn. Some say it's in reference to the so-called black nobility. And the wig, if you look at the wigs, they're not, typically they're like a woolly looking wig for the most part.
Yeah, why would you get a wig like if you're gonna get a wig? Why wouldn't they all have like Fabio wigs? Have the curly wigs.
Exactly, because they were plain dress up in a sense, not necessarily mocking, but in a strange, perverted way, keeping with what had been destroyed and what was no longer. So you see that today in certain, like the Yanomamo, so-called Native Americans or Native South Americans, and a few other groups in South America. They will paint their bodies black. You see this in some groups in Panama too. They will paint their bodies black before they do certain ceremonies. And if you ask them why, each group, and they're supposedly separate groups, they will all say, we paint our bodies this dark because we're honoring the medicine people, or they'll say they'll have another designated name for the people that taught us. So they are actually admitting, and they have nothing to hide, but until they are exposed to Jesuits and Catholicism and all these other ills, but they have nothing to lie about, and they will tell. You'll find documentaries where they interview people, and they will actually say, "This is why we paint ourselves black," and others will say, "This is why we tattoo ourselves." Because of the people that came before us, and this is what they look like, what their skin looked like, melanated skin. So there's no difference in what they're doing and what those people wearing the black robes and the woolly wigs, what they were doing. After certain bloodlines had been wiped out and removed from power, they still, maybe through superstition, maintained the outer look, because they knew that in the hierarchy of so-called groups or so-called races, they had no right to be in judging positions. And if you look at the breakdown of Hebraic cultures, you had certain groups who could be scribes and priests, and not everyone could be that. And just like in the Egyptian, probably where they got it from, in so-called Egyptian society, the separation of the spiritual and the commercial, etc. But you had to be of a certain, in other words, you had to either be anointed to be in a certain so-called position. You had to be of a certain nature to be in a certain position, or come from a particular bloodline to be in a certain position. So it was the same thing. And so that's why you see this vestigial behavior and cultural practices among a diverse group of people all around the realm, and seemingly having no connection whatsoever, but all doing the same thing, painting themselves, you can say putting on blackface, whereas the minstrel show was done to mock and belittle, like the stories of Little Black Sambo were done to mock and belittle the Asian black gods, and doing so was a way to enrich one's own and pump up and uplift that which shouldn't have been uplifted at all, by belittling that which was actually the hierarchy in the first place. And so the same thing you see in the icons of religion, in every church, in every temple, etc. And you go to India, the same thing. Taking, we don't want to make them white, so we'll make them blue. And if you look at the originals, you go to China, same thing. You look at the original Buddhas that, of course, photographers, professional photographers in magazines suddenly don't have any lens affinity for. And they all look like the typical Han, Europeanized versions. But if you actually go in depth, you'll see the thick-lipped, curly hair, so-called kinky hair, or so-called nappy hair Buddhas with the dark skin, and those are the ones that are not photographed, but they're there. The same thing in Southeast Asia on the walls of Angkor Wat and many other temples, and there's another temple even more famous than that, or temple complex, that really has the clues to what went on. If you read these so-called pictographs and hieroglyphs, they're more than just aesthetic. They actually were there to show you the progression of things of what went on and what was to occur. No different than how many Catholic so-called churches or cathedrals were repurposed, and then they put around the walls what they call stations, and the stations were done to program the parishioners. They have stations of the cross, stations of the various different, what we would call not a triptych, but I forget, there's a name for it in art. And these were the icons that were used to program. So it's no different than today. You see all of these different groups doing the exact same thing to some degree, but still showing the original people. May not be paying homage to, might be disrespectful, but all the truth comes out no matter what.
I guess they don't have anything else to go off of, though. That's the only template that is there. They're kind of trying to, like, it's like trying to, drive a plane or fly a plane, and you only have one example of how to do it. So it's like they don't even know how to create anything. So all they could do is degrade it. But I mean, I was looking at this thing. It's called like the Mingun Bell, and it's like a complex over there in Myanmar. Because you brought up Southeast
In
Asia.
Myanmar. Mm-hmm.
I think it's called like
Or
Myanmar with Burma.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
The it's like that whole area, like the Pato Dalgol or whatever. There's like a complex there. And was the largest bell on Earth, supposedly. I don't know, it's the ones that got destroyed or buried. But and they have this massive complex where it's like Mount Meru with the four rivers or whatever, supposedly like going, like, creating this whole complex or structure that looks like, if you look at those maps that have Mount Meru and the black rock or whatever at the North Pole, like, this whole thing, it seems to be recreated. So like, is there more lands? Is there more lands in that direction
course.
and the other direction?
Of course. The fact that you ask, the fact that you wonder, and not just you, but many others who allow themselves to, or push themselves to, actually contemplate and think and recognize that it's okay to imagine. It's okay to question. In fact, you should feel obliged to do those things. You don't just come here and accept everything as is, because more than likely everything that you are accepting is going to be the detriment that you definitely should have questioned. You don't want to go from here not doing any of those things. And of course, through change, or from these acts of questioning and imagining, comes true, tangible change. If you're afraid of doing that, then you're just basically saying you're accepting and ready to support status.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like there's, a lot of different phases, I guess, different resets that happen because the styles of the architecture, like, Myanmar and Asia, having those structures or whatever. But in, it's a lot of stuff. Like even like the state capital of Iowa. I mean, it looks like something from Hungary or something.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, it's a massive structure, 5 domes, looks incredible. Looks like it's from anywhere else in the world. And so it's like, what, you have these different phases, I guess, of architecture. Like what, like, because they have the Gothic period, but then, like, I guess, like the word Gothic comes from God or Gothic or whatever. And I've heard like Indian comes from like Deus, people of God.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, hey, man, what happened? Like, so these are they just different renditions? Like every time the things collapse, they're like, all right, we're going to start with this style. We're going to go with this style this time, and then we do the Roman, Greco-Roman style, or whatever. Everything, and then do Gothic, and then so like, what are these different cultures, or is it just the same people continually figuring out who they are each time, and then it resets, and they, we're back to the same place where people look, just impersonating them all over the world.
You have manufactured history and you have manufactured people. And so how do we're watching and witnessing right now the manufacturing of the next generations through these generations that are here now. So you have manufactured people, literally. So you wonder, in the past, who manufactured the renegades? It would have to be so-called melanated people. You can't have it both ways. The alleged origins of so-called man or mankind and human allegedly, and we know that this is false, but allegedly started in Africa. That is a euphemism, or it's an actual hidden key. No, it didn't start in Africa. However, everyone was melanated, but they were not all the same. And those are the origins. So if those are the origins, then that would mean that the origins of a lot of these evils that we see today, guess where they started?
Africa.
No. That would, yeah, obviously Africa, but not only Africa, but other places as well. Because we didn't all come from Africa. To go with that so-called theory, which they know is a theory, is foolhardy at best. That's saying that whoever these researchers are, they have studied and dug and looked into every nook and cranny, high and low, couldn't find anything older than those remnants that they found, which, by the way, are not even humanoid. They're not mankind, they're not man, they're not human. They're simian, or so-called primate, below primate, and have no connection whatsoever to what we see today or what was in the past. Now, if you believe that that's where you came from, okay, then fine, that's where you came from. There's just so many obvious things on the surface that have been questioned and are being questioned, which is perfect because that's the purpose. That if you look at it, and you don't need a degree to look at it, it just flies in your face as, forget right and wrong, it just flies in your face as asinine. Like, how could anyone, not anyone, you'd have to ask yourself, how could I have fallen for this? This is so obvious. So very obvious. How could you have fallen for this okie doke, or this lie, this so-called, I'm using the terms everyone's using, the Jedi mind tricks. How could you have fallen for it? Easily. And obviously readily. That's how. So when you ask the question, be prepared to answer it. And then after answering it, be prepared to do what is necessary to fix it, to come out of it, not to just say, okay, I know the answer, I'm going to continue with the status quo and, because I'm benefiting from it. No, now that you know, come out of it. Stop doing the things that are associated with it. If only on your own, then so be it. With those who are prepared to work with you and hear you out and also do the same thing, then so be it. But definitely don't just say, okay, I know, and I'm going to go back to what I'm doing. How's that making any difference? You are benefiting those who are, I guess you can say, in the controlling seats. The higher priests, the clergy, the wealthy families. And don't get it wrong or twisted. I'm not just talking about one particular religion or one particular gender. This is a two-way street. There are males and females involved in this, and all different upper echelons of religions involved in this. So it's not just pinpointing one group.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it would have to be. There's no way that the recessive could take over without the help of a lot of help.
Exactly. So a lot of so-called melanated groups out of Europe, out of Africa, are actually the puppet masters controlling a lot of the pheomelanin groups. They're well paid, but that's what you want. You want your well-paid front office people. So behind the scenes, you wouldn't even believe it. Just like in these religions, you might see the priests and all the way up to the bishops and think that, they're the controllers, but in actuality, there's some witches controlling and pulling the strings, females.
Are there any Aboriginal Americans that are in high status
In the
anywhere?
Catholic Church?
I mean,
No.
anywhere.
No. Africans are the only ones who are allowed in there because the African is blood and parcel related to the barbarian European, and in fact, those are their handlers. So you're looking at it, you see an African of a certain group, and you see a so-called Caucasian, which is a misnomer, and you think the Caucasian's controlling the African. Actuality, the African's controlling the Caucasian. And I'm not talking about the people on the ground. I'm talking about in those upper echelons of things. The ones that the Pope, he kisses their feet. Those are the ones behind it. And then behind them are more than likely some witches. You have to just be ready and willing to question and not look at things along the facade.
So, I mean, in general, I guess. So you're saying the Catholic Church is the structure, that is the center of it all, as far as.
It's one of them. It's the main one right now, and it's an old one.
Because that's
It's
where
not.
the Jesuits come from. That we
Oh
talked
yeah,
last time.
all of those
That's where
factions come out of that.
that's
Yeah,
where
definitely. The Vatican is
Islam.
not just the Vatican. It was more than Islam, exactly, Judaism, all of them. The Vatican is not just the Vatican. Obviously, it was something before it was the Vatican, and it's been
What was it
taken
used
over.
for? What was the original purpose?
Well, obviously, it was more than likely the hidden hub of the realm, and within it is a lot of knowledge and more than likely a lot of power. It is a nation.
It is, yeah. You got to have your passport to get in there.
Hmm. And they have secret service, they have military, they have their own scientists and researchers, they have their own labs, et cetera, et cetera. They have different
There's
levels.
more beneath than above, right?
Correct. One of their policing arms is the Mormon church.
So I guess, yeah. Like, I mean, it was just some sort of hub, like big library that was some sort of portal space for beings to channel knowledge, I guess. And
Well,
then
a
it
lot
got
of
taken
these
over.
materials that you were told were burnt and lost in fires, they were brought there. A lot of the artifacts that prove what, not only what I'm saying, what others have said as well, they're brought there. The originals, anything else you see in a museum is probably not probably, is a replica. That has been brought out many times. Uh, whether leaked out or mentioned inadvertently by someone who had a slip of the lip, as you see sometimes with politicians, they either by hook or by crook or vengeance or whatever, or who knows what, and they'll slip and call a so-called Black American an Aboriginal. Like, oops, didn't mean to say that. But they'll actually do these things. So sometimes it'll slip out, and they'll tell you that some curator, retired curator, oh yeah, everything in the first, second, third floor of all museums is all replica. The real stuff's in the basement.
I always was thinking that a lot of these sculptures are like 3D printed, and Mona Lisa was just a print.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense if you're trying to protect the longevity of a so-called old item, possibly. But then again, it's not about protection. Yeah, protection is one of those pregnant words. You have to know what it means, and it begins with PR, so you have to know what that means lexically, syntax-wise. But yeah, it's for the protection, but whose protection? And it's not for the artifact. Many of these artifacts are not only in places like the Vatican, but in many homes of these controlling families. So they maintain them. It's an act of arrogance, and it's also doing their part in keeping the actual truth hidden. And of course, maintaining the programming. You go to a museum, it's not just the facts. In fact, there are very few facts given. It's no different than the stations you see painted around the walls of a Catholic church. It's part of the programming. You
And
have
so
to
the
inculcate and indoctrinate, and that's done through a constant barrage of imagery and sight and sound. And so, yeah, museums are no different. You go into a museum, you're being programmed. You're not going to hear or see what I'm saying.
do they have like just some original aboriginals that underneath the Vatican, just like enslaved underneath, probably
You
like
mean
actual?
real people, live
Yeah,
people?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Who knows? But I do know that there are scribes that are, I guess you can say, I wouldn't say employed, but they're kept in cloistered within the walls of the Vatican. But not just the Vatican, many other places that were used for those purposes. That's one of the purposes of monasteries or cloisters was don't go by movies, don't go by books. They were not places of sanctuary. They were also places to house people who they didn't want to let go. And many of them were scribes who knew how to read Paleo Hebrew or knew how to read Pali text before Sanskrit. They kept them hidden and they maintained them there. And then, of course, forced them to teach this to those who would come along and then just copy it. And, this is how you got bastardization of information through these same means. It still goes on to this day.
Is there any, but like, so if that's the structure, that's the company. You're saying like that's the front, that's the LLC, the shell company. The Vatican is the shell company for some witches.
Yeah, there's a church or a place in Belgium or a castle in Belgium Belgium, pardon me, that's where the main witches actually meet several times a year, and no males are allowed in it. It's not a social club. It's not a tea club. It's an actual coven. The
So
Mothers
that's
of
probably,
Sorrow, I think that's what it's called. Mothers of Sorrow Castle, if I'm not mistaken. Um, you can
and
look
yeah,
that
so
up.
and the capital of the EU is in Brussels,
Correct.
Belgium. So yeah, I mean, I'm just asking if there are any American Aboriginals that are in high status in any of these structures, or do they have they can't let one Django in? They can't let one. It has to be no one in. It can't be any because just because like is it like that, or are there some sellouts within the
There,
structure
there
that you?
are sellouts, but they're only allowed to get but certain uh, to a certain height, and that would make sense. When you read of historical accounts of how people are kept out of politics and out of seats of control for a particular purpose and over a particular time, it's no different than now. And it's also mentioned in the Bible that the name of Israel will be, wiped from everything, from the memories of people and from the records, and so that they will never be in control of their own sovereignty any longer. They were never a kingdom. It was just a series of families. That's the thing that people fall for. It's not a country. It's actually the name of a person and a bloodline, and that's not it. It's not a country. So they're falling for another scam.
So yeah, I mean it makes sense. I mean, what? So I guess the pivotal point. What is like 325 A.D. Constantine converts Rome to
Allegedly.
yeah, he converts Rome to Christianity because his mom found some artifacts supposedly over there.
Allegedly.
What I guess is this like the Book of Eli type stuff going on at this point? Like, are they like, all right, we need to have understanding of this book so that we can control the masses because this is the book. And I guess like, I guess twofold question here. Like, is it kind of like how you can't control free speech technically, but if you can control the platforms, so de facto you control free speech. It's like we can't destroy the Bible
Hmm.
because for whatever reason, I don't know, it really is a holy scripture or whatever. It's just it can't be completely destroyed. It can be fragmented, or we could translate it, mistranslate it, and then we could shift the population's understanding of language so it basically is changed. But the originals are, is it undestroyable? Is it like, is that why I guess they figured they just might as well use it because they can't destroy it?
More than likely. Yeah, definitely. And of course, why would you want to destroy that? Even though you're not within the scope of that book. Like, you have like a family album, or uh, the book of the law, or the book of the living versus the book of the dead. You have no connection with any of them, yet you respect their antiquity. And that's the true connoisseur, collector, invader. They're anarchists, but at the same time, no, they're not an anarchist. They are a violator and a tyrant or tyrant, but at the same time, they're respectful of the antiquity, and they want to hold it and maintain it themselves. They don't want it in the hands of those who are actually blood right.
It's like taking your journal.
Right, exactly. And I remember the name now. It's the Chateau, a French speaker, Chateau de Amera, which is the castle of the Mothers of Darkness, and it actually exists. And they hold they used to, no, not used to, but they held a ritual on Samhain. Mind you, there's no males allowed. It's kind of like that place in your state, actually not far from you, a little further south, the Russia, where the so-called Russian River flows. The place with the huge owl.
Oh, you're talking about
Something Grove.
Bohemian Grove, right?
Bohemian, thank you. Bohemian Grove. It's similar, except it's all female, and when they bring in a male, it's for a blood right sacrifice. Allegedly, now the entire village around it is all agents. That would make more sense, to have just anybody around it. But all of the people around it, the shopkeepers, the people who live around it, so they're there to protect. They basically work as protectors, and they protect this area around it. They might look like your regular people, but they're not. And the same thing with Bohemian Grove. The people who live in the vicinity around it, they protect what goes on there. You might have some who play two sides, the controlled opposition, but they're playing their part too. But this arcane ritual that they have there 3 times a year, it revolves around a male sacrifice. One of them happens during the same time as Burning Man, when they do the Wicker Man ceremony. And everyone who knows the Wicker Man, you use a male sacrifice, you burn him up. There's a blood right slash fertility right that they brought over to the Americas when many of them were bringing over their slaves. When I say slaves, keep in mind, gotta break that code. And I'm referring to the pale-skinned slave, the actual slave, the real slave.
The genetic slave.
Correct, the genetic slave. They brought over their rituals, or the rituals that they were witness to, and many of those rituals involved this fertility rite, where they would get the Vestal Virgin, and she would mount the virile male. It's kind of like an oblation ceremony. And at the moment of his climax, she would chop off his head and maintain his seed within her, and then take that seed and then put it into the earth, or squat it into the earth. They still do some rituals like that. I don't know if they do the beheading in places like so-called Eastern Europe, Romania, and places like that. But they did that in many parts of Europe, so-called Europe, but it didn't originate there by any means. So that particular practice or ritual goes on in the castle of the Mothers of Darkness. And there was an account in one of the newspapers in the 50s. I guess they still had some real people in the town around it. And they reported that young males, young boys basically, 14, 15, just past puberty, at least 10 or 12 of them were brought in there by cart or buggy or whatever, or cart, and they were from either the neighboring town, and people witnessed them in a procession, being taken to the castle, but they did not come out of the castle.
Mm. So, these witches, where did they get their knowledge from? Like,
Why do you think all of these churches are tasked with, well, at least then and still now, when they raided Iraq, they did the same thing, to raid and plunder and get certain artifacts. It's always about information. They tell you now this is an age of information, and it's about information, yours and anything else. It's always been about information and knowledge and wisdom. So they would get this from ancient artifacts and our ancient writings and texts and books and grimoires and goetias, and et cetera, et cetera. They would get them, and of course from scribes that they kidnapped. They didn't kill them all, and they forced them, those who would talk. Daniel is kind of the story, so-called story of Daniel is kind of like that. They wanted to force information out of him and his brothers. That's the whole purpose. They weren't not trying to get them to convert. These are the lies they tell you. No, they want them to. They knew who they were, and they had privy information. No different than in a war. You get some soldier, and they torture the soldier and try to get information out of them to see what they know, because that information is pivotal.
yeah, because he knew how to read dreams.
Right.
Yeah. So, how many times? I mean, how many times in your life, I guess, have you been under threat of being captured yourself? Because you're a person that has many abilities, and because I remember you were telling me that Arkansas got the biggest quartz deposit on Earth, and that there's a witch that lives on top of it. The
Yeah,
Clintons are from Arkansas.
a family well, I wouldn't say a family of witch, well, a coven leader and their family. So obviously it would be a matriarchy, but yeah, they have been given the rights to that land. We go full circle, and I guarantee you, it's not a deed. You can go there to that town and look up in the records in the assessor's office. You won't find a plot map with their name on it or any deed affixed to it, because they own it outright. Well, they don't own it, but you know what I mean. They've been awarded it, and they were told to sit on it. It's nothing new. The wizardry class of that nation, the U.S., have been doing this for a while, having different troglodyte families sit on oil, sit on gold, and not do anything with it. You can go to places like North Carolina and Tennessee, and you'll find people sitting on oil caps. You'll see these huge cement things over these oil caps, and they're told to just, don't do anything with it. Just sit on it. We'll pay you a little allowance as long as you're there. And a nice allowance actually. And there's oil under their land, or gold, or who knows what's under their land. Many of the mounds are built over. Many of the cities, it's nothing new. Go to Mexico and go to Mexico City. They're on 4 different layers of cities. All around the realm, it's a common thing. That's why I say to folks, don't be parasites. Check yourself. Are you a spirit body, or are you a soul provider? That's why we're all here. Now is like a, reckoning within oneself. No room for lies. All
What was
cards
it?
on the table.
Yeah. What was it being used for? Is it the looking glass or something?
Oh, what do you mean?
The quartz in Arkansas.
Oh no, quartz is one of the materials that actually is conductive, but at the same time, it can also act as a storage. You can think of it like hard water in a sense. It can actually be used to store data. You're only taught about data that comes through some type of electronic source and magnetized source, but you're not taught about the original type of data that can be transferred through crystal, certain types of crystal, and can be stored on crystal, and it doesn't need a power source. Well, not a plug-in electrical power source. They lampooned it and made you think it was fiction in that silly so-called Superman movie. I heard they did it again. I only saw the first one from the 1970s. Someone invited my some coworkers, and I tagged along with them. And we went and we saw this movie when it debuted with Christopher somebody, I forget the man's name. He was a sacrifice. He's no longer. And some other, Richard Pryor, I think he was in it. I'm not sure. I think he was. No, Gene Hackman. That's the guy who was in it. And this person who plays this so-called Superman hero, he crash lands in, they don't say where, but apparently he can walk from there into the city. Well, wherever he crashed, it's covered with, it's snow laden and has ice caps. So you are to presume or assume that it is one of the poles. But at the same time, you know, all these individuals in this movie house never stop and think, well, wait a minute, there's a scene where he is walking, there's no plane, he doesn't hitchhike, he doesn't have any powers. Something was done to him, some kryptonite, something was done to him. So he goes back there to talk to his dad hologram encased in a crystal. And Jarrell, I think is the name they use. And he talks to him, but he has to walk all the way back. And I'm not sure about this fictional city. What is it called? I don't know what city he's supposed to be in, New York or Gotham or something. I don't know. Whatever. He walks back there, just keeping it short. He walks there from this ice place. So wherever this ice place is and these crystals are, it's the source, a power source. And it maintains these crystals and the data that is encapsulated within. And all he has to do is access it. And it's usually accessed through words, certain types of words or sounds. Crystals have always been used with sounds and with certain types of metals. We see them in watches. We see them in old-fashioned radios. And we see a form of it in a liquid form in your monitors, liquid crystal displays.
Sorry about that, Farrell, man. Somebody came and they had their dog and they were walking like near the property or whatever, and so my dogs all went nuts, man. It's the full moon, man. The ghouls are out the full moons, man. I'm sorry.
No, that's typical. Yeah, that's not a problem.
Yeah, because I thought the dog, I heard them, they were about to fight, and I was like, oh, man. But, yeah, I mean, it's almost like clockwork. I don't know what you were saying right now, but you were just talking about when we were was talking about people being souls and people being spirits. I mean, this dude with his dog, I mean, being up here, I feel like you can really see, like, people are really unconscious and they don't even know, like, they come around at certain times and they don't even know that they're doing it. And you're like, yo, every full moon you act like this, or every 6 months you have this happen, and it's like, how do you not recognize? It's like you're really being driven. It's crazy. I mean, I see it so often, like, as far as like certain people's sons will come at certain times a year. I mean, like, this is not a holiday right now, but they come at certain times every so often, so many days. It's like they have to get brought back. Like, they're just like you said, a spirit body getting pushed on the Monopoly board somewhere, and they just continue to cycle like that, and they don't even know. Like, I mean, there was one ghoul dude here that he did a lot of meth or something. I don't know if it's fentanyl or whatever. And he would come back around cyclically and like ask for tools or ask if I needed any work done and stuff like that. And it was just different times where I could just see like the deterioration, where it's just less. if there was ever any essence in there, it's just like less and less, and then it's like a point where like total vacancy, and you're just
Mhm.
like, man, something bad's gonna happen to this person. And sure enough, his house burned down, and like, you know, a bunch of stuff happened to him where it was like he had to, you know, shift everything just to exist, and he's still in these same cycles though. And it's like, even after all that, people don't get it, and I'm like, man, they'll never get it. Some people will never get it. And it's like, I don't know, it's just a crazy thing, like how driven a person could be by, I guess, the spirits or the anima, whatever. And I mean, it just, you would think that they would be able to catch on after so many times around the block.
No, not at all. You wouldn't think that well, you're entitled as long as it is assisting you to expand beyond that incredulous nature. You know, like, this can't be. No, this can be, and it is. So what you are actually witnessing, you recognize the patterns. So it's definitely something that is going to be, because it continues. We see a lot of repeat patterns occurring to this day. Uh, Take, for example, so-called war, or so-called hate between, not between, but from one group to another, or hate for, or jealousy or envy. These things have not gone away, and they surface in various forms at different times. That's why I say you don't want to be driven, and you don't want to be under the weight of a driving force. If you know exactly what that means, and you just exemplified that. These individuals, these beings, they're under driving forces by their own, not necessarily admission, because addicts they rarely admit to anything. And when they do, you have to take it with a grain of salt. But by their own so-called volition, which is questionable in the sense of they have it, but then they give it up. So for whatever purpose, whatever reason, so-called misery, curiosity, who knows what, they forfeit that volition deliberately. No one forces them on it. It's very rare that someone is forced into those types of mind frames. They actually go into it because they want to. And they have to just the same, they have to pull themselves out of it. They have to recognize what's necessary to come out of it. This is for anyone who's under a driving force of some type of addiction, whether it's a drug or whether it's a gratification and dopamine.
Man, I mean, I'm kind of grateful for seeing it, because it shows me where I'll be vacant, you know, in my cycles, you know, getting lost, getting in the undertow of a cycle. You know, I could kind of recognize it in the other person. I'm like, oh, well, this is, I'm not maybe this far gone, but ultimately, you know, it's like, what evil is lesser than the next one? And I'm just like, man, I mean, I feel like I've been able to reflect a lot, at least off of seeing people behaving like this. And I think it's more obvious when you live in a rural community, because you don't see people every day, or, you know, you might see people, you know, weekly or bi-weekly, but people don't come around like they do, like maybe if you live in the inner city, or if you live in a suburb, you know, you get the same, you know, maybe cycles where you're seeing constant people maybe. And here I feel like it's almost like it's more special when you actually see another person. And I feel like being like having this much space between visits and just in general space, that I can see the patterns of other people and in myself, like coming and going from places, and like being driven, and like different habits coming and going, and people never really getting over the habits and just continually relapsing and everything.
Mhm.
And I just like, I don't know. I mean, I always be like, man, like why do I know? You know, it has to be, only thing I can chalk it up to, honestly, is some melanin got splashed in there, so I could get, because I can't. There's nothing else that I can really chalk it up to. I don't understand why I am able to recognize the thing. I may not recognize things like you or somebody that has a lot of clarity, but like, I feel like the only reason I can see any of this stuff is because I got a grace with a little something, a little rubbing, and like, I mean, I don't know. Sometimes I think I get real negative about what I got, but at the same time, I can find it like be grateful that I got something at least enough to have some pattern recognition here, because we're surrounded, and I know you got to feel very surrounded. I mean, I don't even know what you're going through, but I mean, like, as far as like me going through it, like, and I can cloak a lot better than you can. I feel like, and I'm like, man, it's got to be tough for Pharaoh, man. I don't even know how you go through your day to day, man. I really don't.
But
You know?
explain to those who don't know what you mean by cloak, because some might think, well, what do you mean by cloak? Explain to listeners who, I'm sure many do know, but then there are those possibly more than likely Aboriginals or some facsimile thereof, and they have no idea what you mean by cloak.
Yeah, like, I mean, I guess it's kind of like the passing thing,
Mm-hmm.
and because people, if I don't talk, sir, if I stay more monotone and don't talk and have any animation about me, and I dress a certain way, and I have a certain level of grunginess, I mean, I won't be questioned generally for the most part, and like, I just have to have kind of know some of the codes, I guess, as far as like they are programs. So like a lot of them like have certain coding, whether it be like um, whether it be like prison, like they have some type of jail coding, or or it's just like super Christian coding,
Mm-hmm.
or or like it's just a super redneck racist coding. I know like what words to avoid, like what vernacular I cannot use, what type of like even movements I can't even display, because I can't have any unconscious escalation of emotion, whether it be anger or anything,
Sounds
because
like
I
an
feel like,
invasion of the body snatchers.
yeah, yeah, for sure that, and I feel like it always reveals it. Like if I make certain movements, or if I take certain political stances or opinions on things, or because they're always, why it's not like they ever stop. Why they're always looking, because I don't know, I think ultimately they do. The parasite in them knows who's who,
Mm-hmm.
and like the body maybe is like kind of has some latency. It's like kind of lagging a little bit, but I feel like they if I like, I like this or I don't like this, or if I like, if I have a little extra bass in my voice, if I don't control that bass, then they look at like, why, how you got that bass? What or if I have certain likings, or I do certain things, or if it's like automatically they're questioning, like, so where you from? Who and they ask you in roundabout ways, but or sometimes they just ask you straight up, but usually generally they already look at it like, for me, for my circumstance, they look at it like something's different between us. I don't know what it is, and they try to, I guess, kind of like bait me out of it, or like, just observe me while I go through trials or whatever, until I just reveal it inherently. But like, I think I've gotten really good at it ultimately over the years, where I kind of can just not take any opinions. I can't. I don't. I keep my voice in the nasally area. I don't ever make it. Because and then
Have you
yeah.
ever have you ever sought verification just to see if your speculations or theories or ideas are accurate or true? From a person who classifies themselves as white and by record or on the record are considered so-called white. Have you ever verified it with with someone who actually is um, true to life as opposed to not true to life? Have you actually verified it? In fact, if anyone listening right now would like to verify what Taylor just mentioned, do get on the microphone and help by saying so. We'd like to know, not just agree, but to, say this is what goes on. And, that he is actually not crazy. He's literally experiencing these things, and his experience points to what a particular group or faction of the world does and their interactions with one another. We'd like to know for sure. I know Aboriginals would like to know because we're kept in the dark about most of the things that go on with various groups, especially the group that classifies itself as white. So feel
Yeah.
free to share. This is what we're here for, not to maintain and continue in these structures, these, the things that are tearing apart life. We're not here for that. We're here to reveal. So definitely get on the
Yeah.
mic and talk. Otherwise, you might just be afraid that once you put out the secrets of the Klan, and I don't mean the Ku Klux Klan, that you're going to be ostracized or taken out and unalived, I think is the term that they're using now. If that is the case, definitely mention that too. We'd like to know. I don't think that's the case, but who knows? I'm not of that group. But if it is, let us know.
Yeah, I mean it's really hostile, man. It's almost like prison. I feel like in a lot of respects, like because growing up, honestly, I didn't have very much intimate contact with pale people. You know what I mean? I was the whitest person I knew. You know what I mean? Like me or supposed white. You know what I mean? I was me, and I knew I knew my dad. I guess relatively I knew him, but all my mom's family is my family that I knew, and they're all you melanated folks. You know what I mean? So like it was. It's such a rewiring. I didn't really know how deep it was. I didn't really know until I went out into the, like as an adult and I was living in Tennessee and I could see like flagrant racism or, what you want to call racism, what have you, flagrant prejudice and hate. I feel like I didn't really see it until like, honestly, then I knew people were hateful and I knew it was a dark light thing going on, but like, I never really, after I left out of a sphere where people, because like generally speaking, a lot of people they might have known my brother or they might have known my uncles or my cousins, so it kind of like I had some validation in that sphere where as far as you melanated people, they knew there was a connection. But like when I went out into the world, I was I'm people just assume some people might assume I might be like part Puerto Rican or something maybe, but I don't think anybody really ever assumes. I think last thing they assume is a Negro is in there. So like, I feel like my experience with it is like, it's just extremely hostile. I don't really, I think that you really like I feel like they try to make you bend to it constantly to where it's like, you either have to totally denounce or like hide. Like you're almost like a crypto Jew, almost like I'm hiding the fact that I have something in me that's different from them. And like, and I feel like it's just it's a constant test. Like it's like almost like I feel like I've experienced so-called racism or prejudice in a sense where it's like they're on some shit where they feel like if I look like this, that I should be on their side. And the fact that I'm not, or I gravitate towards something else, especially the you melanated folks, that I feel like is almost like it's like betrayal. I feel like they look at it like betrayal. They look at it like what is the word? Treason. That's how they. That's how I feel like that's how they treat it. And I don't know. It's different. Different age groups treat me different ways though. Like I feel like the younger ones, we're in such an ignorant era where a lot of the younger people, 40 and down, they think the N word is okay to be just saying. Like it's culturally okay to say it. Like you know what I mean? Like I had dark skin, everything, as far as like cousins, aunts, uncles, grandma. I never, it was never, that shit was not allowed. Even if you was dark skinned, shit was not allowed to say that in the house. Like you keep that, that's ignorant. So like now it's in a place now as a different generation. I feel like the younger pale people, they feel like they can say it.
Well,
And
that was all done deliberately, and it should be obvious to anyone who is rational and intelligent that this is done by design. You can look and listen to your history, and in your family that that word was forbidden. You can look into, if you want to see some documentaries, just talk to people who are over a certain age, and they will tell you that that word was a word that was used to, right before someone was killed, lynched, fired, ostracized, you name it, all of the various negative, willfully negative things that were done to a particular group only, a particular people in America. And why would someone consciously, rationally adopt that term for themselves? I mentioned that before. So you see that happening today. You don't see that with any other group. You don't see anyone calling themselves, in entertainment or in any other form. You can think of any other so-called racial, I don't know why they say slur, you're not drunk when you say it, you know exactly what you're doing, but you won't see any other group using any epithet against themselves or their group, especially, frivolously, for entertainment purposes, etc. You're not going to see that at all, but only in one group. And you have to wonder, well, you should know why. This is by definite, deliberate design for a reason. And I know what the reasons are. You'll start to recognize what the reasons are. Ask yourself, do you hear the word kike? Do you hear the word gook, spick, wetback, guinea, dago, wop? You name it, ofe, if I leave anybody out, you're not going to hear these names. Even the African has a name for the American so-called black, akata. Okay, which it means, like a beast, wild beast. And every group has a name for the Aboriginal of America. And so here you have this N-word, this word, and it's being used. And in fact, I mentioned before, in the rift that is being deliberately set between the Aboriginal man and woman, the Aboriginal females have separated themselves from that word. So now when you hear that N-word, it only applies to Aboriginal males. You hear
Yeah.
Aboriginal females calling the male
Yeah.
an N-word,
Yeah.
and males calling themselves the N-word, but the females have separated themselves from it, like, no different than lesbians have separated themselves from queer males. So in this instance, they're not queers, obviously, and nothing associated with that, but I'm just using that as a reference. This is what females do a lot. They separate themselves from the pack so that they don't suffer the consequences. Well, they've separated themselves, and they're their own racial group, pretty much. So the only N is an Aboriginal male from the zygote to 199 years old. They even have a term for the younger males. They call them YNs, which is I guess you can say, an acronym for young N. This is by deliberation and design. And if you look in the so-called entertainment realm where it came from and look at those behind it, the Jimmy Levine, the Cohen, all these various males and females, obviously, too, who are the controllers and the bankers behind, the funders and the beneficiaries of gangster rap and rap in general and anything else, and entertainment and movies, black exploitation. You look, it's the same cohort and they benefit from it. But then you wonder, well, wait, how can they control one group and their usage of terms? Well, they've always had their hands in it, and I mentioned this before, from the NAACP to the Black Panther Party to Martin Luther King to even Malcolm X, to all these various groups, to the United Negro College Fund, to the Council of Negro Women, to the Black Caucus of the U.S. Congress, all controlled by the same factions. But you have to have a key. And who's the key? The key are those, you mentioned the word sellouts, the so-called black immigrants who are also part of the same realm. They're equally as racist, if you want to use the term racist, against the Aboriginal. So you kind of start to see these factions, and when you put the links together, you see, wait a minute, now I see what's going on here. But that's why they keep the separation and keep people distracted with the N-word and other frivolities. I say, get those words out of your lexicon. Don't use them. And anything else, get those out of your lexicon. Don't use any of those memes and terms. Don't be common. Change literally the way you think and think of self and think of others. And especially the groups that you're taught, like high school. You know, in high school, you're taught, okay, treat that person like SHIT. You're the new kid. You just come in and you know nobody. You don't know anyone, but yet you're supposed to fall in line. Okay, who's this? Oh, that's the popular girl. She's a cheerleader. Who's that? Oh, he's the captain of the football team. Who's that? Oh, that's a joker. Those are losers. Those are the art gothic bunch. Stay away from them. They're weird. They use drugs and they get beat up a lot. Why do you have to follow with all of this politics? You're supposed to be able to be independent, and when you are in your thought, that is, you actually separate yourself and you recognize that when you take part in this, you give up your true freedom and you become culpable, just like the people who are behind it all. And that includes the administration, and that includes the student body. And you don't want to be part of that. In fact, when you really start to think about it, you'll recognize you need to walk out that school altogether. You don't need to be in a school.
Yeah.
And I mean that in every way.
Yeah, life is enough school. I
Exactly.
mean, but like, I mean, it's really generational. Like, you go to a certain generation above 40, right? I feel like the way they press you is just like on the yard or something. They gonna say the N word with the hard ER to press me to see if how I react to it. It's like,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like, man, and you know, I it sucks because I don't want to be the one looking like how I look policing that word, but I feel like at the same time I'm like, fuck, man, like, could you not say that shit around me? And like, it's just they know what they're doing. And then the younger ones that feel like they can say it, and then they be like, I say it, you don't say it, I'm blacker than you or something. I'm like, this is a race to the bottom.
You have
Like,
to adopt this. Now is the time, and it's always been that time, but now it's come to the wall. There's no fences. There are no fences. You cannot teeter on one side or the other. If you are autonomous on the land, then you have to be like those characters from those movies, the man who doesn't smile. And you don't want to test or ask him why he doesn't smile, because you might end up 6 feet under. So if he says to you while you're on the land that he's autonomous on, I don't want to hear you ever use that word on my land or anything else I don't like. No explanation. You don't have to explain to adults. You explain to children. That strikes fear in anyone. You have to start being that. You have to be that so-called. You're not the persona. You are that. You have to start doing that. You'll start to see that in your strength, in your energy that you exude, and the words that you speak. You know what they say, speak little and mean a lot. And you do that by adopting and taking on this realm. There's no more wishy-washy. I'm not laughing at your jokes. I'm not allowing that. You got something else to say, step off the land right now.
so what is it like for you, man? Is it just blunt trauma? Like, is that how it is for you? Because it's almost like they try to treat it like an audition for me. Like, you could be white if you just comply. You know what I'm saying? But for you, and like, you'll never be. So you have to be. You know, like, what is it? Are they just blunt with it, or are you just not even? Am I like the spook that's sat by the door type thing, where I can actually get there?
Why
For
would I
you,
want to be white? Why would I want to be black? One, those are adjectives. Pronoun cannot be an adjective, at least as far as my English studies go. And why would I want to be a shade or represented by a shade? It doesn't make any sense. You know, in a world of nations, why would I choose to opt out of nationhood? That's silly. And so if I'm going to adopt anything, it's not going to be that. I don't want to be any of those things. I'm not playing in those games. It's a game, and it's a deadly one. So I'm not, I don't get forced into that, but I see it all the time, everywhere. And therefore, I'm not going to be the one to school some adult on it. They have to make up their own mind. They know what is appropriate and what's inappropriate. They choose to maintain the status, because in their minds, not brains, in their minds, they're benefiting from it somehow.
I remember Sebi was saying that, like, the people that give him the most grief as far as like the holistic health and talking about this food is slave food and stuff is his own brothers and sisters and stuff. Is it that way for you? Like, are you getting the most grief or the most like
No,
resistance?
there's no emotion involved. I don't have an emotional attachment to
No, I'm
anyone.
talking about from them. From
No,
them.
it doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter. It's, as I said, I speak to adults. If a child talks to me, I'll talk to a child, and I recognize that children are innocent and they will want to learn. But I can also tell when they are under the magnetic pull of their so-called parents. So therefore, I just give them a faint smile and let them know there's more than meets the eye to this world, and just be curious about knowledge and wisdom, true knowledge and true wisdom. And when you are ready, go find it, go look for it. Don't wait for daddy and mommy to send it your way. They may not. And that's what I'll tell a child. Like, you seek wisdom if you have to on your own when the time is right, when you are ready. But with an adult, you can listen and you can so-called learn, or you can choose otherwise. They have the option. I'm not going to fight them on it at all. So there's no emotions involved. I am completely emotionless when it comes to adults and learning, teaching, absorbing, because you have a right to say no. Why would I force anyone, or why would I get upset? It doesn't make sense for me to get upset or to feel like there's a pushback. You have that right to push back. I'm not the one to tell you not to. When you try to put your hands on me, well, then I would be foolish to even be around you. I would stay away from anyone who's going to have a, volatile reaction just to words. They're not ready for anything. They need to be alone. So there's no pushback from anyone, and if there is, they're pushing back against themselves. Literally, they're stopping themselves from gaining life and from recognizing their own ills. That's not me. So there's no fight. I'm not fighting for that. I know what you mean. I've heard from the various people that have come to me and sought counsel with me. And I said similar to them. I said, there's no reason to fight, but that's your call if you choose to fight and attempt, because you say you care. Well, caring actually doesn't mean to get emotionally involved. That I've had vehicles break down in the middle of clan country and been helped by people who, you would look on their surface and say, oh my goodness, that's a so-called white person, but they're helping me with my car. They did so because they cared, but they didn't have to involve any emotion, and it usually didn't. They just cared and they were cordial about it. That's what we do as men. That's what we do as beings, dwellings, as sentients in this realm. I can care for you, but my emotions remain where they belong. That has nothing to do with my race. Your emotions belong where they belong. If you're wise, you really know where your emotions belong. Your emotions belong when you're communing with the creator, originator, and when you're procreating. Other than that, your emotions are kept hidden, quiet, and protected. So you're saying, oh, what an emotionless, cold world. That too is programming.
So as far as the like I mean, because you're connected to people, like your people, you're connected to your people, and I guess people in general. Like when you are tapping in on the other side, that dream side, or what we call dreams, are they do you think that, since dreams, I mean, obviously a lot of times people translate them into an emotional response, are they always themselves on that other side, or are they still parasites on that side too, and they respond emotionally or whatever to what you're doing? Because you would probably be like a renovator, right, or of the dreamscape, right? Or so I guess you could say. I don't. Are your people, when you go into the dream, that side of life, do they how are they responding to you? Are they themselves, or are they just not there?
Everyone has a different reaction to, uh, any type of learning situation. No one is the same. So everyone is different. To put a blanket expression on everyone, that would be imbalanced. I know many do that, but When I speak with you or anyone, I look at you. I don't look at anyone else but you. And anything that comes from your experience, that's what matters. Your interactions and those who are connected to you, they have an influence and an impact, and I consider the impact that others have had on you. Obviously, many have stronger impact or influences than others. So we're in a world where mothers have a huge impact on adults, because they had a huge and strong impact when people were children, and that doesn't go away. Is that appropriate? Doesn't sound like it. You're supposed to be balanced within. But if you are heavily matriarchal in a sense, then there's something going on there that individual needs to start questioning. I don't get involved in that either, because that would be really foolish, because it's like playing the so-called dozens. Don't talk about anyone's mama, and don't try to get in between someone and their mama. For that matter, you look at people, whether it's a so-called couple, any woman that tries to get in between her boyfriend and his mama or his mother, or her husband and his mother, she's skating on thin ice. And the same thing, I guess, applies to males who try to do the same thing with their girlfriends or their wives. In this matriarchal world, you just better not. Now, you can step in between your father, and nobody really gives a crap. You can call someone's dad every name of the book. They might get upset. They might not get upset. It's a 50-50. Is that appropriate? No, it's not.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just figured I'd ask. I just didn't know. Like, there has to be you. I figure you're seeing life more objectively because you're retaining the dreams. So you're looking at the actual clock, right? I mean, you're seeing like, okay, the clock is reaching this point in the cosmic clock. We're at this point and so, I mean, I just wondered how you were received. If there's a general way that you're being received, are you? Because you could be renovating things and then people respond emotionally, but you're actually more so the Morpheus of the situation. You're not the Agent Smith.
Now, I have to look at everything in a so-called holistic way. So all different reactions are considered, regardless of the venue. And everyone's going to be, as I said before, different in their reaction. Like, you have a dog there, and dogs will affect one another unless you train them well, and then they react, individually, in a sense. They're not going to act like a horde, just yelping and barking. You have no control then. But if you have trained them, they will either not bark, which is preferable, or they will bark based on their attachment to the stimuli that they're sensing. Some won't bark at all, they might growl, but every reaction is different. They do studies on this in behavioral sciences. So they recognize the differences, and then they focus on the commonalities in order to get a group effect. That's unnatural, but that's what goes on. So I sense when someone is under that type of influence or programming, they're just behaving out of group think. I guess you can call it group think or group behavior. There's a lot of that. Yeah, there's a lot of that.
So I mean, like as far as dreams, people retaining dreams, like can you count them on one hand? Is it like a group of people that like, all right, it's 10 homies that get over here, or how many people like would you say? I don't know how many people are on Earth, but like out of 100, how many people are even aware on that other side and creating on that other side and connecting with it?
I could only go by those who I have encountered, and some start out not recalling, but most end up recalling after a while, if not all. But as far as like a general term or a general number, I would not know that. I don't access the world. And I'm sure there are some stats on that, how many people recall their dreams. You can take a random sampling of this room and see who recalls, who doesn't. You might find that it would be higher than 50% for those who recall, just based on the fact that they are questioning, they're starting to think independently, and they're recognizing that they are obliged to separate themselves from the pack. So those might be the individuals or the sentients that are actually recalling slowly but surely their dreams. That's this room, just taking a random sampling. And that was, hypothetical. I think we
So
should look at some of the questions in the chat
okay,
room.
all right, yeah.
Okay, so let's see. If you'd like, you can start with the first question that was asked, because I think it is for you. I think, let's see. I'm scrolling very far back. Okay, as far as this will go.
Yeah, I was at my last question. My last question was just gonna be,
Okay.
how does death affect, I guess, like because like when people are dying prematurely and stuff, how does this affect the whole connection through dreams, right? Because if people was to die on time, I guess you could say, or naturally, like the whole process of like connecting with them through dreams would like kind of alleviate a lot of the fear, I would assume. But if you got a bunch of people that just like blacking out, dying like unnaturally, then it puts like a huge like blank spot like between people and their connection. They're like timeless connection, right? And I was just wondering like what has what has that done like as far as grief, like because people wouldn't even grieve the same if they knew that that type of connection and they were like in tune with it, like, right? I would assume that like if someone passed, they're like, all right, well, they're going through that process. That's just that process, and we still have our connection, and it's just taking a different form, but it's there. But
When
and
you
I
use when you use the word naturally, when you use the part of speech that we use to describe actions primarily and other descriptions, that implies that there is a natural way, and that perhaps that natural way has been forgotten or overridden, and another way has been accepted or agreed upon as accepted or acceptable. So we see all of these various acceptable ways. And do most know that there is a natural way? That's the question. If most don't know that there is a natural way, then they have no idea. Like there's a supposed natural way of arriving, natural birth. But if you accept that, oh, you're supposed to be brought in through forceps, garish lights, loud noises, loud nurses and doctors, and clicking and beeping of machine monitoring equipment in a probably unsanitary delivery room, and you accept that as okay, well then that is the norm for you. But when you recognize there's a natural way to come in, well, there's a natural way to exit. But if you don't know that, and all you know or you've accepted the unnatural ways, then yes, of course, you're going to be in a denial state of something you shouldn't be denying, and you're probably not going to be able to partake of it because you have invested in the false, the lie, for
and what
whatever
has that
reason.
done to the circuit of people though, like because you got so many people dying unconsciously or unnaturally. What has that done as far as like because I feel like that just creates such a barrier between people like on the ethereal side of things, like because the bodies aren't they're being broken instead of like gradually being shed.
Hmm.
What is that, what, like, because I feel like it just has changed the shape of grief so much for people. Like I
Hmm.
feel like grief has, I mean, I think it has a place, like you said, like emotions, if you're making a baby, if you're communing with the creator. And I would think that on the other end of the spectrum that, yeah, like when people pass, like the body is going to process this in some way.
Yeah,
And
they
like,
used to have people who grieved, mourners, and they would, it just wasn't because, you were too pretty to cry, you don't want your makeup running, or you were just too conservative and reserved to cry because it's seen as low and earthy. No, I'm sure that might have been the case for some, but no, the mourner was an energy absorbing force, groups of voices that opened up a doorway, a portal, just as certain sounds are done to open up a portal when there's an arrival. And it's in many things. Everything is done in a very innocuous, inadvertent, accidental, ignorant way these days. The whole purpose of making a joyful noise, which are basically relegated terms. And most don't know the true meaning of that particular song, and that the elevation of the voice, the purpose of a choir, the purpose of sound in general. So when you're talking about mourning, the mourning and the relegation didn't just start within this time frame. It's been around a while. The relegating and the loss of the art, if you will, it became part of a status symbol. I'm so wealthy, I've got mourners, hired mourners. Or maybe it was because you're so nasty and evil and wicked, nobody's crying for your, and you have to hire people to cry for you. No, the purpose of it was not any of those reasons, although it ended up being many of those reasons. And today, there's no such, everyone's a professional mourner. You know, um, you can be an influencer mourner. I saw so-and-so crying at so-and-so's whatever. Um, the true purpose behind most of these actions, from everything from mourning to procreating, ushering in the arrival, all done for the improper, inappropriate purposes. And in fact, one could say without purpose. And that's the danger that mankind, and human are residing in, doing things and not knowing what they do. Just whether for gratification, that makes you a beast, that makes you an animal. So, yeah, you can go like an animal. A wolf can devour someone and nothing's going to happen to that wolf, and that wolf's not going to think twice. Like, that was a good human. Whereas opposed to, the animal taking a bite of that human and recognizing, oh, wow, what did I've done? I've committed an abominable act. I have bitten into something that's greater than myself. It's not a rabbit. It's not something that I'm designated to eat. That doesn't happen. And so the same thing happens and occurs on the realm of mankind, and human. There's no recognition and respect for any hierarchy or life itself. And so with that, there's no recognition or acknowledgement or respect for the rituals that are supposed to go on during these pivotal points of making or procreating, arrival, and anything else in between, and departure.
so then people miss the boat, and then they're sad at the wrong times or whatever. They never
No,
process.
no pun intended. But then maybe they do get that boat, but they do it without coinage, and they get kicked in the river.
So what does mourning do for the one that is being mourned for?
As I said before, the original purpose of mourning was to, create a crescendo. It's how, madrigals were formed in the so-called Anglican, not Anglican, but the so-called Christianized church. They copied it from elsewhere and so on and so forth. But and the whole purpose of a choir, what do you think the choir was for? So the congregation can feel happy? Yes, it was for them, and it raised spirits. But at the same time, it also opened portals. The whole purpose of a pipe organ was to open portals, to make you be at attention right before the liturgy or before the speech to open you up for change, which is, I'm not saying these are all correct things, but these types of things were done in temples. The usage of bells and bowls and so-called cymbals and gongs, all these various things, and of course the voice. You can open up portals within you. You sense it, you feel it when you hear certain sounds.
So
Everyone
yeah,
could benefit from one of the lectures that I show you how to utilize sound in its original format, its original way.
Do you have one about the sounds that you have to, or that are for initiation of arrival?
I do, and I show people how to do that. They'd have to contact me for that because that is knowledge that could get you hurt.
Yeah,
So I let
yeah,
them know, don't go running off at the lips about it, showing other people how to do it. And of course you shouldn't, because you have to do it appropriately. You have to prepare your vessel, and your mate has to prepare their vessel too. You're not just going to usher in a clump of life. You're ushering in an actual sentient soul, and you want to make sure it's done correctly, appropriately, righteously, if you will, or harmoniously. You don't want it to be done just haphazardly. And then you're going to add on the sound. That doesn't make sense. That's kind of like comparing when we talk about someone eating yogurt because it's low fat, but at the same time eating hamburgers and not exercising, and saying that, okay, because I ate the low fat yogurt, I'm going to get in shape.
yeah. I mean, yeah,
You're doing something for all the improper reasons
yeah,
and no reason. So here's
yeah.
another question for you. Greetings, and this is from Angkat Singh, and they ask, greetings, Pharaoh and Taylor and all. They say they believe you once mentioned that this entire realm was once under a caliphate. Could you clarify when and perhaps how that took place? You could say that, well, based on what Taylor has mentioned in the past about the 1,000-year subtraction, you can say that that occurred prior to Ottoman and probably around the time of so-called Emperor Constantine. So you have like that period in between then and afterwards that a so-called caliphate would have been the principality, a potentate in the realm, as the worship of Bismillah became the main practice leading into Islam. So you had the caliphate being in control over certain areas of the realm. And
Yeah.
that you can say that lasted until the Moors lost Europe, so-called Moors lost Europe, 7/11.
So much happened at that time.
Mm-hmm. And the next question is from, I'm going past the comments, and because there are many added comments. So just looking for the questions here. I think some came in private because I see a red note, a red plus sign. So I'm going to skip to those. If you see someone you're in, feel free to add those too, or mention them. I don't see any more in the chat room. A lot of comments. Oh, someone said, when I first heard Taylor's voice, I didn't know what he looked like. I thought he was half black at least. When I saw him, it surprised me that he looked white. Okay. What does a white look like? That's my okay.
It's funny. I feel like I do look like how I sound, and vice versa. And like, if you, I don't know. I feel like people, you can tell like how people, like, I don't know. I want to say somebody that knows how to enunciate, no matter what. I feel you can tell kind of what's if there's some soul in there or whatever. Like you could, I feel like even though Pharaoh, you speak very tactfully, you can still tell this is a you melanated man talking. This is not, I don't know. I feel like it's you get. I don't know. For me, I feel
No,
like,
I know
and
what you, I
I
know
feel
what
like
you
you're good at
mean.
that too, huh?
I know what you mean.
Hmm. I feel like it's you. I don't know. So I guess some people got a better ear than others for it. I don't know.
If if you listen closely, you can hear and recognize the difference.
Yeah, like, cause there's plenty of people that speak tactfully that don't sound like how you sound. So I mean, I don't.
The
But I
voice,
yeah.
the voice resonates from within, obviously, and the control of the breath makes a difference. But beyond all of that, there is, you carry with you your influences from your household, your parents, your siblings, your the people around you, the extended area, so-called neighborhood, so-called community. You carry, and then of course, that extends and goes beyond that. And for many, you can indicate the region that they may have spent their formative years. So you can go by that. Then, of course, can you go even further or even deeper and indicate that this individual has soul? And often you can. So some who might not look like it on the surface, they would be possibly, more than likely, guilty of that term you used earlier, passing, which I think is an egregious term in itself, because it says, passing is a binary word. If you're passing, you can also be failing. So in other words, if you can look so-called white, you've passed. So what does it mean if you can't pass? It means you fail. So uh, looking so-called black, since that's the opposite, the inverse, means you failed. No one thinks about the words that they use. So passing means like passing a test. You get to go past go or whatever
Yeah.
the monopoly is.
Yeah, I mean, but I think it does go both ways though. Some people do pass for so-called black, and they have a so-called white parent.
Right, but they wouldn't call that passing, I don't think. The original term was referring to people so-called passing as white, but they would rarely say passing for black. But you could, I guess, you could do that. You could say passing for so-called black. And if you didn't, then that means you failed at being black.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It doesn't make sense.
Mm-mm. Okay, I see a lot of statements, but no questions. Is this a question? Oh, no. Oh, this is about passing. Okay. So someone had a question about passing. I'm going to go to others. Another question that came in the back from Long Shot 13. Greetings, Pharaoh. In history, if we are talking about 500, okay, I think you got that one. The next one comes in from Rolling with YV. Greetings, Pharaoh and Taylor. My question is for Pharaoh. If you live on land that you did not originate from, but have knowledge of where you come from, would it be more beneficial to import food from this location or eat the food that grows where you are? Okay. I think bringing food from the place where you know you're from, that's kind of vampiring. That's like Dracula bringing some soil from, you know, the old country, the so-called old country from Romania or wherever he's from, Transylvania, and having his coffin there and just living off local blood. Why not just go back to the place you know you come from? You have a lot of people who are, like, yes, our ancestors did the wrong thing. They took the land from the Aboriginal people. Yeah, we know that. But then you're still on the land, not making any effort to say, okay, I'm going to go where I came from. I'm going to go back there now. Why stay here? That doesn't happen. So all the people saying, oh, I'm against this, I'm against that, and racism is wrong, and here, you are 100% right. But then they go back to their home in the burbs and they're not thinking about leaving. So, the truth and the reality behind the words has to match. It doesn't match. And so that's why we have all these repeat patterns and recidivist behaviors. Even the very individual that claims that they want to make a change, it just boils down to want. I'm sure there's a small, perhaps maybe a small minority, pardon that term, who actually does make a change.
Yeah, a minority of a minority. That's because if you're recessive, you're already a minority.
Exactly. So very, very few actually, pardon the idiom, put their money where their mouth is.
So somebody said something about the Vikings here. Does Vikings mean 6 kings? I always wondered that. Does it mean
The Vikings, it's actually, they have VI, but it's more than likely VA. Vakin, these were individuals that were not what you see in imagery today. These Valkyrie-looking, horn hat wearing, pale toe-colored hair individuals from the Nordic areas. No, they did not look like that. But that's what you're given that image. They didn't look like that. You're given an image of early Turks, and they didn't look like that either. These are people with slanted eyes and pale skin and often red hair. And the so-called Nordics were a mix of individuals. They came in dark, like you find in so-called Congo, to pale. In fact, there was a research study done by an Italian geneticist back in the 90s, and he showed a direct connection between Central Africans and Nordic groups, literally blood connection, alleles that match almost to the letter, as the saying goes, meaning that there's a genetic familial tie between the two groups. But one is pale and one is not. That doesn't mean anything. As far as the surface goes, but it means a lot underneath. So that means those groups are brother, sister, cousins, first cousins, second cousins, but they're separated. That's not a big landmass. They're both in similar regions. I just call the whole area Asia.
Yeah, it makes them.
Africa is a Roman term, as is Europe.
The Afrikaans are Dutch, right?
Yeah, that like the whole term Afrikaans, they're bastardized mixed language. It's a mix of Yiddish, German, so-called Dutch, and some terms that they bastardize from the local area there in Azania, or so-called South Africa. And they are actually so-called Dutch, but are they really Dutch? No, they're not even Dutch. They're proxy Dutch. The real Dutch, if you actually look at many of the paintings that are still left out there, and many of the literature that defines and talks about the so-called Dutch, that's not them. That's a proxy group. So they're not even Dutch.
It's the Shell Dutch, the Shell company.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
crazy.
Perfect. Exactly. Shell game.
It's hilarious though, calling them proxy Dutch though. That's hilarious.
They really are. They're not the originals. So this is a discombobulated place. And when I was saying before about individuals claiming to want things to change and for life to actually be life for all, not for some. It boils down to where you stand and what you're going to do on the land you stand. Sure, you have a choice, you have an option to go back from whence you came, and I think that time will also come where everyone will have to go back from whence they came. But in the meantime, where you stand, what are you doing other than just lip service? You know, if you cannot even change yourself, how are you going to actually make change in the world around you? And you know, even within your own family, people claim they have vehement reactions from their family members, and that sways them. It doesn't sway them that much that they're willing to do anything because they usually come right back into the fold. I've seen it all before, from you know, from the groups from the the early 1900s and the utopian groups and the bohemian groups to the hippies, all allegedly against their parents and you know, refuting the platforms they stood on, but at the same time accepting their stolen birthright and continuing with it, but not doing anything with it in the sense of helping those who have been displaced by their very progenitors and by them themselves. You know, so I don't look to an age of a people. Some say, oh, the youth have it. No, the youth, look at the crimes of the youth today. They're no different than their parentage. They kill, they shoot. Dylan Ruth, he's not a 70-year-old. He wasn't around during the lynchings of the 30s and the 40s and the 50s. He's a so-called Gen Xer, or whatever they call these names today. And he's equally as egregiously as so-called racist as the next one.
It's just like you said, though, man. Earlier in the year, you were talking about how there's different classes of souls that come and go, and I guess the parasites that try to follow those souls. And
Not
like,
try to do.
yeah,
This
so
is, yeah.
because I mean, I feel like we're running into another phase of like the Emmett Till killing type of so-called white people.
That
You know
never
what I mean?
went anywhere. That never went anywhere.
But
It's
like,
still a thing.
yeah, no, and it just seems like it's a greater proportion of that now, though. Like maybe at some point people were, I don't know, indifferent or closet racist, but I think now it's becoming more you lost, boy. You know what I mean? I think it's getting there more and
Right.
more every day. Because
Well, that's the overt version, and I get it, but it's not the only version. And it could be you lost boy, or it could be you lost boy, yep. It could be that New Englander Yankee sound. It could be the Californian dude, you lost. The Southern Californian. It could be any of it, or the Canadian. You know, doesn't matter where, or the Italian, or the Spaniard, or the Israeli. It doesn't matter. It's all the same, different faces. Well, if you know, they how they say in a program for a play, you don't know the players without a program. Well, the Aboriginal has been walking around without a program in the sense of who is their enemy, because they look to the pale because they're taught to look to the pale, but in the meantime, they're getting stabbed in the back by someone who's dark as them. So they have to be wise when they walk this realm.
yeah, because you're
And
kind of surrounded in a lot of
mhm,
ways. Yeah.
correct. And those that say that they're not part of those cohorts or those groups that want to be parasitic, you have to step outside of that. Literally. You can't just say it. You have to truly do it. And it's going to hurt your sensibilities, but it's not about your emotions. It's not about your sensibilities.
Yeah, I mean, everybody says they want to help until till the cops come or whatever. But you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I think it's a lot. You get a lot of that though. I feel like you get a lot of talk when it comes. I mean, to the lifestyle in general. People won't even commit to cleansing their own body. So it's like hard to
Exactly.
think about them cleansing the earth.
Exactly. I put up a little image of that, and it's amazing you mentioned that. There was some movie that came out, The Purge, I think it was, and I just messed around with the image from the movie, their poster, and I turned it into a meme regarding cleansing, parasite cleansing, and I just said it's time for the purge because people are full of literally. I see it every day. I'm in a nation, so-called Latinized nation, and everyone's walking around eternally pregnant. And
Oh,
it's
yeah.
not the soft kind. If you touch their bellies, it's hard. It's harder than someone with the, those bloated bellies of starving children. And they're happy about it, but they're loaded with parasites. So if you came and walked around here, you would look like an alien because your gut's flat.
I mean, it's so much tension. It's just, like I think like when you go through the process, you realize that you're carrying a lot of tension. And I guess, I don't know how people can relapse into it. I mean, but I get, there's a certain threshold, I'm assuming, right? Like if you reach a certain threshold of cleaning your body out, it's going to communicate enough to where you can never go back, I feel like, right?
You shouldn't want to, but you're caught up in a heavy layer of programming. It starts with, that's why they target your females. It starts with your mother. Your mother is the purveyor of that mentality. She makes the meals. And if she's making, meals that feed parasites, she's actually not feeding you. She's feeding those parasites in you. Her true children, she's got them in her. She's making sure you take care of your parasites. You're eating for 1,000 now. So she makes sure that, and then of course, who takes over? Your wife, and then, your habits, and it all grows. And then the parasites, as you said earlier, they're waiting to just make their exit and return. They literally make their return. So you don't have to talk about hereditary proper problems. You can talk about, or genetic problems. Talk about the parasitic problems. Literally, that if you're waiting for science and scientific community to admit to, you're going to be waiting to exhale. They're never going to admit to it, that you pass along your parasites through your bloodline. They've been rotting along for a long time. Now is time to kick them out.
Yeah, I remember when I when I had the cyst, you were like, "That's in your blood,"
Hmm.
and it's. I mean, how many generations has that been in there lurking? Like, because I was looking into something that was talking about like how if like your grandfather had syphilis, how that'll come through with a different type of symptom for the next generation or the third, following generations. It's still just syphilis, but it's coming through a different expression.
Exactly. And this was known in the Tuskegee, so-called Tuskegee experiments, how, as you just mentioned, it will make its way down the line until that particular line is bred out or dies out.
So it basically just annihilates the line. Like the parasite eats it up until it's nothing. There's nothing left to be eaten.
In a sense, you can say that, but the parasite doesn't really want to do that. They want to maintain that because they have a house, they have a host, and they have a place to control from. So they don't want to annihilate you outrightly. That would kind of end them unless they transfer, which they do. They transfer through other means, and they leave a line and go on to the next line. They are the destroyer of worlds. Atomic energy has nothing on them.
So I mean, it's like you said though. Like I guess like I forget how many conversations back it was, and you were talking about like how you can only incarnate at certain times or in a certain state of being. Just I guess like just like a parasite can only exist in a certain like a certain terrain state. So
Hmm.
so like it's time that way where it's like whether you call it medieval or so-called industrial age or what have you, it's like certain
Medieval.
yeah,
There's-
certain parasites, yeah, midsection evil. So like the certain parasites can only
is that like basically time for them? Like we're based like if we were to look at like the conditions that people are living in now and give it a label, and you say like this state of being or this state of quality of life or what have you, like the environment where it's at, is that basically time?
You can say that the parasite has maintained control over what we call time, and they do it through their what would be an optimum an appropriate term for them. They do it through their surrogates, their bipedal surrogates, who welcome them. You know, it's not like they accidentally get them and they have no choice. No, they welcome the parasites. They want the parasites within them. So through them, they manipulate what you call time. And they do so by making you lose your connection to the connection. And one of the main and primary connections to the main source is eumelanin. So that's why all parasites are white or translucent. They want you to. That's why, you know, when I consider all the various groups around the realm who want to remain pale, there's a happy medium, by the way. You don't have to be dark as night, and you don't want to be pale as you know, snow. So there's this happy medium, definitely, that is this copper colored, this rich copper, the one that everyone wants to get when they go to the beach and get that quote unquote tan. That's the so-called happy middle. And everyone wants that. Well, you have the extremely rich, higher rich, which is so rich that it's actually almost detrimental. If you look at the very dark, dark, dark groups of people, their eyes are either red or yellow, almost jaundiced, because the melanin has gone over the limit. And then you look at the pale, it's just the opposite. So they're kind of one extreme and the other. But then there's this perfect medium. And many want to attain that, but many are willing to give it up. So you've got a lot of groups, not just the bleaching, but through the so-called foods and the use of alcohol and metals and everything. Why would you damage that which is your main connection in your life source? Why would you want to get rid of that? You have to be out of your so-called brain. And why would you allow someone to jeopardize it? You'd want to literally take a knife to their throats, because they're cutting off something that is beyond the physical. I'm going to cut you off from the source of life itself, and you're going to accept it. Something's wrong with you. There should be no questioning that. That's a given. You don't want anything or anyone jeopardized. But people will put up a fight when it comes to their livelihood being jeopardized, but they won't put up a fight when it comes to that. In fact, they will willingly lose that and mate it out or breed it out. You know, I want to get pale. That's a psychosis. And I don't mean the one you cannot help. That's a taken on sickness. You want to be sick. That's an insanity, that you want to be insane. You want to give that up, so you're going to breed it out. But the bad thing is, you're not giving it up. You're taking it out on your offspring. You're making sure they don't have the melanin that is required. So you're not doing anything to you other than your so-called mind, the ego. You're doing it for that, so you feel better about yourself. You can do a Sammy Sosa situation and bleach yourself. You can do that, and many groups do that. They bleach themselves, but it's artificial. You still have that other stuff going on. You're still insane, but
Yeah.
you still maintain that eumelanin inside. You're not, unless you think you're gonna drink a bottle of bleach and that's gonna work. Not gonna happen. Not gonna work. But you get enough of it out of your dermal layers that it does have an effect.
So what is it like with certain species, like like the Black Panther isn't that just like a jaguar that's just got a different, that's like what do they call
Yeah,
it,
if you look
melanized?
closely, you'll see the spots in many of these animals. And then the animals that have lost their melanin, they don't last long, but you see these groups trying to save them and they love them. And yeah, it's okay, but you have to, you're not thinking in terms of the good and evil that is supposed to be in you. You're supposed to know that balance. And you're supposed to recognize, okay, we got to let this thing go. It's not supposed to be.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
you recognize,
It's requiring too many resources.
exactly, but you recognize beyond that what you're doing. You're not doing this out of maliciousness. You send it off the right way, but you're not allowing it to stay because it has no place in the realm.
Yeah, it's an impediment at that point.
Correct.
So I mean, like when it comes to like things like that, though, like what is the darkness the recessive, or is the darkness the original Jaguar?
The recessive that I mentioned earlier is seen in both the extreme dark and the extreme pale. There's a medium, obviously. We see that in many things. You don't want your food burnt. You don't want your food raw.
Yeah. So that's where you can have, I guess, the troglodyte, heavily dark skinned person, or the person that's really dark skinned that doesn't have the neuromelanin.
Correct. And there was a term for that. You can actually look this in literature. You know, they had both a black and a white troglodyte.
So when it comes to like the so-called Europeans today, like the ones that I guess that do have I guess mathematical prowess or what have you, um, is it just the conditioning, or is it just because like some of them are actually not so-called white, and they just have lost touch with their archetype, like the original black Germans?
When you
Or
say mathematical prowess, are you referring to actual mathematics?
yeah, I mean, I guess the way the homogenized math is today, you
Hmm.
know, like
You
people
see
that,
a lot of groups that are, considered non-eumelanated, for example, out of China, and they have extreme intelligence, if you will, when it comes to mathematics, probably outmatching many of the so-called Europeans, but they're related too. The difference is the offshoot that they come out of, the the pale so-called European. Not all. It has connections to both Indus and Africa, so-called Africa, but you have to recognize that Africa was a place where people came to, and so therefore the so-called African is actually from the Indus region and parts of Europe and well Asia. Well, it's all the same, as opposed to out of Africa. Many of them went into Africa, and of course, going back and forth over time periods, going in and out of Africa, setting up civilizations in North Africa, going into the area and resettling the area called Egypt. Um, but then what happened again? You had groups coming down and taking over and pushing them further into Africa. And also at the same time, you get the slave trade. And I'm not talking about the slave trade, the one that you're taught to believe. I'm talking about the so-called true Slavic trade, the first one, and uh, the most recent one, the one that lasted the longest. That's the one I'm referring to. So when you're talking about the so-called African, you have to keep in mind that they were not just one group or one color. They would be the two extremes, the pale-skinned one and the dark-skinned one. The dark-skinned one came after into Africa and probably enslaved the pale-skinned one, because the pale-skinned one, the concept of the tar sand, the Edgar Rice Burroughs, I think that's the guy who wrote it, that's what it is to play on. Tarzan, the ape man, literally was a so-called semi-animal person, the beast man that actually overran parts of Europe. Um,
this is a cryptid.
yeah, basically a cryptid. And you can trace a lot of the so-called white race genes and many of the so-called Asian genes, the Han Asian genes, to those so-called cryptids, the mix. I'm not making any of this up. You can actually look up the research that exists, and it's modern research, it's not old research, and it shows the cryptid nature of these various groups.
Is that why they say junk DNA?
I think the term junk DNA, well, it could be connected to that. Yeah, that's possible. But they use that term like they use the term mystery. Anytime you hear it, raise an eyebrow and do some more reading because they're trying to distract you from something that is more important possibly than what is being promoted. And the creator originator does not make junk.
So when it comes to the recessive, though, the recessive's coming out of the dominant, and how much of that has been retained, though? How much has been wiped?
The recessive comes out of a manufacturing. So in other words, a graft. They're not direct from them. That would make them offspring. So even in so-called modern science, they claim that these are mutations or mutants. And so that's actually trying to say that there's a direct connect. If there's a direct connect, it would be through the so-called Dravidian and certain African groups, or so-called African groups, not from the people you find in the Americas. And you can see the direct connection between them. You see it in the migratory habits as well. You're like, well, why are Africans going to Europe? Well, they established Europe in the first place, so they're just going back home.
So, like, you get these different states of evolution in different people that are in different states. Like, what was there different spawning points? You know, for even you melanated people, like if you're coming from a Dravidian, right, or like, so the Dravidian is eventually is that an offspring of an offspring of an offspring of a Hamite or a Yaphethite?
Those are some of the early groups as well. If you notice that they have offshoots, the so-called Afghani, the Siberian, the various barbarian groups, they are all the progenitors of the so-called modern, so-called white races. All these terms being 19th century, some 18th century, so-called 18th century terms, so their weight is questionable. But the various factions, bloodline factions, offshoots come from these particular regions. So they are not direct connect. They're not like offspring of. Yes, you can connect the so-called white, not all, but certain whites with groups out of India. But mind you, those groups are probably not out of India. They are more than likely out of Africa. And then, of course, you have groups that are from India and they have been pushed out, into islands like Andaman Islands, into certain parts of the Pacific, the New Hebrides region, to so-called Australia. They are actually the originals out of so-called India, or Indus, or Bharata, or whatever the name they're going by.
And that would encompass like Burma, all of that, right? I mean,
not quite. Mind you, this is Asia, so it's a large land region and different factions all within. Even certain so-called, what you would call so-called Negroid groups actually come out of Asia too. So when it comes to, if you want to say spawning points or convergence points, you can say the Americas is one and Asia is one. Not Europe, not Africa, but those two areas, those two regions. And if you look at the groups around the realm, they carry many of the traits from those various groups, but they're from that region of so-called Asia. Go to parts of China and see, where it connects, and then Siberia. You start to see the changes and then this slow melding of features into another group. That's just mating practices to repeat the same features and same culture, so-called culture, again with groups that look like you. But if you notice, you see this, it's like a gradient. You can see the where people come from by just looking at their faces, their features, the thickness of the neck, the flatness of the back of the skull, the thickness of the waistline, certain features, thinning of the lips. It has nothing to do with climate at all. That's BS, that mentality, that lie that says if I stick a dark-skinned person from Africa in Lapland or wherever, Finland, they're going to turn white. so-called white. That's a lie. And their hair is going to become straight. Can you imagine the millions of dollars, the billions of dollars some group, some beauty company is going to make? It's like, look, I don't have to put it in a bottle. I'll just send my clients to Finland for a few years and they'll come back with straight hair. That's bogus. You're not going to get straight hair by being in cold weather. You're not going to get a so-called aquiline nose by being, that's bogus. If that's the case, let's do the opposite. I'm going to stick some pale-skinned people in the heart of so-called, as they used to say in the 20th century, dark Africa, and watch them turn dark. Did Tarzan turn so-called black? No. So that these are all lies, and you fall for them without question and without logic and critical thought. You'll start to fall for anything. This just doesn't even make sense, logical sense. So you can spot it that it's first of all, it's a theory. Most of these things are theories, and if not all of them are theories. We're not supposed to bet on or invest in a theory. Theories are meant to be questioned and either proven or disproven, and all of them have been debunked.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Someone had mentioned, I don't know if it was, I know I had said this in a someone else's chat room. I said, why are the Aboriginals of North America the only ones called African American? Why don't we call, if everyone comes out of Africa, why don't I say African Italians, African Chinese, African Jews, African Japanese, African Polynesians, African Swedes, African Jamaicans, African Brazilians? If everybody comes from Africa, then everybody's an African dash whatever. You got to spot when you are being terraformed and programmed, and that's a big one. That's an egregious one. It maintains the whole blood right theft and land theft scenario. It maintains it. The Aboriginal of America is not an African. Dash anything. They are Aboriginal autochthonous, if you will. If you want to call them anything, you can call them American. We don't do that with any other group, just that group.
Yeah.
If the Jamaican is also a leftover, a remnant from so-called slavery, how come we don't call them African Jamaicans or African Haitians or African Brazilians? It's only when you get into the Latinized countries that you start to say Afro-Brazilian, Afro-Peruvian, Afro this, Afro that. But it's still not the same as calling someone an African dash this. I can spot a lie and a program and witchcraft when I see it.
It's pretty bad. I mean, I was just I was asking like if if there was just there's really like points in time when I guess man was just tampering with his DNA, or was it a point in time where like there was like a new release of human, like this is a new one that's coming out, I guess, like because there is staunch differences
There's
between.
nothing new under this so-called sun. And yes, tampering, people tamper today. The old-fashioned way, and you don't need a laboratory. Well, you can use the old-fashioned labs, and you're an example of someone using an old-fashioned laboratory. You can do it that way. The penis mightier than the sword. So you can do your laboratory work that way. It doesn't cost you nothing. Well, it will cost you. Or you can actually do it the way that we see today with, like Bayer and Syngenta and all these other companies with labs. They are not the first. They want you to think that the vanity that they have and the programming that they have, they want you to think, wow, they are so new and modern and innovative, nothing like them ever. They are not. They are copycats. This has existed well before they were even a thought in their father's eye. All of these things and then some and beyond existed. That's why there's always going to be some type of restructuring every time man, human, and mankind step out of line.
I mean, I guess ultimately what I'm asking, like, because I'm not, I don't know how the theory of like Inky and like the whole, have
I
you
thought
been
that
acquainted
was
with that theory?
I thought that was a mix of things that was done through the Jesuits and the um, I know that Zachariah Stitchin, I think is his name, and after receiving funding from some Israeli university, came up with this whole. He was the only one who was able to decipher these tablets. So I find that suspect. And so what I perceive them, or what I surmise, they take a little bit of truth or fact and they mix it with lies. So when you do that, you've tainted it all, and that's done to distract. So this whole Inky, Enlil
Yeah,
story is fabricated to some degree, but that's, you have to read literally in between the lines and find out what's going on there.
it's like the Yakub thing.
Right. But if you notice, they have a lot of commonalities. So what it says, when I mentioned earlier about manufactured people, I said that there was a time that there was a prime directive on this realm. And you see it in the Bible, actually. It's mentioned in certain code words. The prime directive meant that, and it's also brought out in some literature of today, fictional literature, about you cannot kill your bloodline, or that, you can't kill your bloodline even if it's your enemy. So what do? If you do that, you get, you violate